can hear me, please give me that thumbs up. And while you checking, if you can hear me, I'm going to check to see if I can hear myself. Yes, that's what I'm going to do. Yes, I'm going to do it to myself. Ugh. Oh, it never fails. Angie, can you hear yourself? Thank you, thank you, thank you. What's good with it? What's good with it? So I'm going to do um I'm going to do what happened, pretty much what we did yesterday. I did extensively because I'll read about it tomorrow. Um, but we're gonna look through, try to piece together what we can piece together to see what happened today. And I'm going to see if I can read these transcripts. But first up, you know what? There has to be a time limit for a bitch to be in their feelings. It shouldn't be no a year and a half, 2, 3, 5, 10 motherfucking years for a bitch to be in their motherfucking feelings. Bitch, we 50. You gonna be in your motherfucking wolf ass motherfucking feelings till you goddamn 60? Now I don't know how motherfucking wolf motherfucking age and shit and what kind of motherfucking wolf blood and shit, if the same blood like vampires and shit like that, your motherfuckers live forever and shit. So I don't know, maybe you got that kind of motherfucking time. But I don't, motherfucker. Let me get right into your motherfucking ass so I can move on to motherfucking humans. Joe simple motherfucking ass. Bitch, you were, I ain't never seen a motherfucker so goddamn worried. And nobody finds this motherfucking strange. Only thing that bitch is worried about is what JoJo and Angie is doing. More important, what JoJo is doing. What Angie is doing. Hey, bitch, move the fuck on with your goddamn life. Ain't nobody said nothing about your motherfucking ass. But since you feel goddamn the motherfucking need to speak on some motherfucking shit that you don't know what the fuck is going on, but you want to know. But once again, you're going to be shamed again. You're going to be sad again. Your hope is going to be motherfucking fucked up again. And by now, you should be used to it. Everybody else done caught on to it. Everybody else done caught on to we the new motherfucking 2022 motherfucking Bobby and Whitney. Bitch. Offset and motherfucking Cardi. God damn it. Find your ass something motherfucking to do, bitch. When your wedding was? When that happened? Huh? Can you give us some information about that? I don't hear about my life is private. No, bitch. Nobody's life is private according to your motherfucking ass. I said I ain't said nothing about your motherfucking ass. Said nothing to you. I thought your ass had done went on. I said, well, look him. If this bitch think we broke up, maybe that bitch should go find something else to do. No. Did anybody celebrate your motherfucking divorce? Your breakup? No. Bitch, because you never was married, you motherfucker. With your stupid motherfucking ass. You ain't gonna never grow no motherfucking hair hole. I'm telling you. The way you motherfucking worry, you ain't gonna never grow no motherfucking hair. So you better keep sucking on them motherfucking cancer dicks, bitch. And find something else to motherfucking do. With your crazy motherfucking ass. How long is it gonna be? Nobody got time for your motherfucking, you and everybody motherfucking business. You know why? Because you're a miserable motherfucker. And you know what? your motherfucking intelligence level won't let you do nothing but what you motherfucking do. Lie and talk about motherfucking people, gossip, and be the no good, sorry ass bitch you are. Motherfucking tired ass motherfucking hoe. Ain't nobody said shit about your motherfucking ass. Nothing. But I'm going to talk about your ass tonight, and I'm going to ask that you never, ever, ever in your motherfucking life, ever try to discuss no motherfucking paperwork, bitch. You fucked it all up. But just because you want to be a motherfucking busybody, bitch, you know, because commentary meant to be commented on, bitch. And you know what's going to happen? Bitch, you're going to be the top of the motherfucking goddamn case motherfucking education today with your motherfucking ugly ass. People sick of your motherfucking ass. From live to live, everybody start off calling you ugly, strange looking, peculiar looking, bald headed, motherfucking dented forehead, fucked up, fat, stupid, dumb, illiterate, ignorant. The list goes motherfucking on, ho, from live to live. Your dumb ass. Talk about your motherfucking wedding, bitch. Where's your motherfucking love, ho? As much as you stay in everybody's motherfucking business, bitch, I think you don't have none, ho. And I done told you, listen. I done told your motherfucking ass, and I done showed your motherfucking ass. A nigga would be the last thing I ever worry about, especially being without one. Bitch, you can't get nobody to stay over that motherfucking for 30 motherfucking days or more, bitch, because you know why? Your dumb ass was too fucking dumb to buy a fucking dwelling with more than one fucking bathroom. Nobody want to stay in that motherfucking looking at your motherfucking ass, you and that loud ass barking motherfucking dog and shit, and all that bullshit, all that motherfucking wide ass goddamn fucking painted part you got in your motherfucking head and shit got to roll over, look at your motherfucking ass every motherfucking day for the rest of their motherfucking life? I think not. So that's why nobody's doing it. Worry about your motherfucking your age motherfucking hourly employee. I wish I motherfucking would, bitch. Are you stupid? Leave people the fuck alone. Ain't nobody talking about your stupid, dumb, motherfucking, ugly, ancient, crazy looking motherfucking ass with your dumb motherfucking goddamn Glenn Close motherfucking Fatal Attraction goddamn for my man only motherfucking bitch. Go find something else to goddamn do and talk about. Who the fuck goddamn made you think you ain't no motherfucking relationship guru motherfucker? I can see if you was one of them motherfuckers, I can see that I can maybe come over there and get some pointers, some helpful hints, bitch. You can't tell a bitch to do nothing with your lying motherfucking ass. We're gonna go down. Let me tell you about your motherfucking ass. See, this is what you should have left me the fuck alone. Now, I told them motherfuckers yesterday to look in that crystal motherfucking ball and ask them motherfuckers, should I be fucking with her? And they'll probably gave you the right answer. So let me tell you about your motherfucking lying ass. Because see, unlike you motherfucking bitch, I can remember, ho. Now, you done sat there and told them motherfucking lies again today about them goddamn dogs. Now, you remember, you forgot. Last year, you told us that the dog that you had with Teddy or whatever, with Teddy Pendergrass and shit, you said that the people, you couldn't get the money up to get that dog back from the goddamn, the dog catcher people, or whatever the fuck their name is. You the only motherfucking one that have all the motherfucking dogs and shit because you feel comfortable with the motherfuckers, you being the motherfucking lead wolf in charge and shit, so you can run around with the motherfuckers. I don't feel comfortable like that with all the motherfucking animals in my motherfucking house, but them motherfuckers is right at home, bitch. Your motherfucking ass. Find you something to motherfucking do. Like getting advancement, bitch, on that job. A promotion or some shit. Don't you ever try to read no motherfucking paperwork, ho. You fucked it all up. Now everybody's all confused. Nobody knows what the fuck it is you talking about. You done set the judicial system back 100 motherfucking years, bitch. Because of you, motherfucker, we back in chains with your illiterate, dumb motherfucking ass. You blind ass bitch, motherfucking old slick grease ass hair, motherfucker. Your ass up. And stop wearing them old fucked up ass glasses. Unfashionable motherfucker. And let me tell you something, bitch. You are a dummy. You sound dumb. You look dumb and you don't know what the fuck it is you doing. You're out of your motherfucking league, ho. And let me tell you how you out your motherfucking league. I'm going to put it on your motherfucking ass tonight, bitch. This going to be a hard act for you to follow, bitch. You can't follow this. You motherfucker. Y'all, we operating under disclaimer number 2. All right? This is where I'm going to do something I don't really do. I'm going to pop my motherfucking collar on this motherfucking slick motherfucking goddamn silver surfer ass hair motherfucking bitch for her to shut the fuck up. Now you done sat your motherfucking ass up there worrying about what the fuck is going on. Bitch, what's going on in your motherfucking household, ho? Huh? You want to know every goddamn thing, bitch? Your nosy motherfucking ass. You don't know who the fuck running in and out of this motherfucker. You know what? Because this motherfucker here can goddamn fucking compliment more than one motherfucker or two. Because I got more than one bathroom. Your simple motherfucking ass. So let me tell y'all something about what this old stupid motherfucking bitch try to goddamn break down some motherfucking paper, reading some motherfucking indictment. Bitch, the case done motherfucking started, ho. The people gonna read the indictment for you with your slow motherfucking ass. You should have been read that motherfucker. Hell, you probably had to Google every motherfucking word on that motherfucker, like and, the, or whatever. And what that motherfucker, she tried to say that motherfucking word, mutilate. Talking about mutilate. I don't know what the fuck she said, but go back and listen to that motherfucker. It was a goddamn tragedy. I wasn't gonna say shit till I heard that motherfucking shit you done motherfucking said. Your motherfucking ass. You gonna be on that new motherfucking channel, bitch. You gonna be right back on People's Court, bitch. You goddamn right. Your motherfucking simple, crazy ass. So let me tell you something what this motherfucker is, so y'all won't get it motherfucking twisted. This motherfucker tried to explain some motherfucking double jeopardy or whatever the fuck it is. Of course, bitch, we don't expect you to understand double jeopardy, bitch. We don't even know if you understand the word double or jeopardy, let alone putting the motherfucker together and applying it to the law. Shit, your motherfucking ass don't know shit, bitch. Hell, your stupid motherfucking ass. Anyway, let's go over double jeopardy real quick. If this case, I'm so tired of talking about this now, and it's bitches like this that set us back. Set us motherfucking back. All this goddamn work we done motherfucking done. And this motherfucking here come along in 2 hours and set us the fuck back. I'm tired. Anytime that motherfucker look like she finna read some paperwork or talk about the case of the law, I'm gonna need y'all to go and motherfucking turn on the fucking cartoons. I don't know if Ben and Jerry still is out there, the Jetsons, the Flintstones. I don't know any of them motherfuckers. Because you know we old around here. So I don't know if they still got them on. But go to the Cartoon Network and see if you can find them motherfuckers. And then come back and see if she gone. Listen. I done said this 100 times. This would be 101. Just by the very fact that the case is proceeding, that lets you know, 1, that it wasn't double jeopardy. 2, that it wasn't barred by the statute of limitations. Okay? There, and I can safely say this, unless there is a prosecutor that's new, very new, or drunk, or on that crack or something in their office. Let me tell you this. I can't think of one that would bring a case that is subjected to double jeopardy or the statute of limitations. And if one is wrong, there's another side called the defense that's going to put in a motion to dismiss for those very reasons. The judge is going to run through the applicable law, and he's going to see if it should be dismissed for those reasons. If not, they're going to continue to let it go. Now, sometimes the defense would do that to see if they can just get something going. But knowing damn well the case isn't barred by the statute of limitations or is not double jeopardy. Okay? Real quick. The case isn't double jeopardy because one, you got a sovereignty in the state, you got a sovereignty with the feds in the same state of Illinois. That's one reason. Two, he was charged differently, under different crimes, right? A different law. Different law. Two different jurisdictions, different law. He's even still got one in the same jurisdiction, but different law. That makes it not double jeopardy. In order for it to be double jeopardy, it had to be the same charge or similar, the similar elements, and the same jurisdiction. Either two of those or a combination of them or something like that. If that's not the case, it's not going to be double jeopardy or it's not going to be barred by the statute of limitations. That's just not what it's going to be. Again, if it were the case, R. Kelly would not be on trial for this case. He'd be, still in New York. That is, if you don't have to take it from me, if you want your spare time, if you still worried about it being double jeopardy or barred by statute of limitations, all you have to do is go to a website that looks legit. You can go to the Department of Justice website and plug it in and see what it comes up, and it'll tell you. So when people start talking about this double jeopardy and all that, it is not. And if you don't believe me, they actually said, why is R. Kelly on trial? For pretty much some of the same shit from back in the day. That's because they changed the charge. The jurisdiction is different right now, even in the state jurisdiction. When he was charged before in the state, he was charged with child pornography. I believe this time in the state, he's charged with sex abuse. The elements are different. Okay, could be similar, but it's different enough to where it's not double jeopardy. Okay, let's talk about these tapes. Now, I cast doubt over the 100 devices because shit, they trying to scrape up 4. But let me tell you something. All right. Tell you about the videos. Now, I don't know how many people were in here that heard me say, and you got to take it from me, because you just look at what happened in New York. You got to take it from me. I don't care. Because I know what I know. So I don't give a fuck. But listen to this. The 4 videos. Now, I done heard a whole bunch of shit now. I done heard it ain't 4 videos. It's a video for clipping. It's 2 videos. I done heard all kinds of shit. So let me make it plain and clear. With the 4 videos that's mentioned, it doesn't have to be 4 videos, physical videos. No. Testimony about the video constitutes as a video. I know you don't like it, depending on what side you're on, but this is the truth. Now, somewhere in this trial, as we go on, maybe in the opening, maybe if I get to read, maybe they'll tell me if they say that they're going to view some videos. If they said they're going to view some videos, then that will tell me that there are some videos. But someone can give testimony about a video, and the prosecutor could label that as being video 1, 2, 3, or 4. Okay, it's all depending on how it's referenced. They stuck it in the indictment. They're saying that they could say that the victim witnesses said that they were videotaped. I'm thinking it's probably some videos, but please understand that them taking a stand and saying they were videotaped, if they can go and describe what they did on the video, that constitutes as a video somewhere. We just went through this. So just so you know that. So if you don't see no videos popping up or whatever, same like last time or whatever, you was looking for the 100 and 100 or whatever. Something they showed some stuff, some visual depictions, right? Combination of some pictures, whatever they had or whatever, right? Also, that video could be a video that the government has made. It could be 4 of those. They have made 4 videos of whatever depictions they have. That could be that. I don't know. What else I want to make sure I go over? Okay. So just want to make sure nobody goes crazy if they don't see any videos or a mashup of little depictions or whatever on a video, or if somebody get up there and say they were filmed as when they were underage and all of that, whatever. Okay, don't go crazy if you don't see the actual video, the original video. Most likely, if there are some, it's going to be a copy, unless they are bringing out the original videos that was caught up in the conspiracy, caught up in the people. They was they said they were recouping the videos off the streets. You may see those, or you may not. But that's what I'm saying. Don't think that this case is going to just hinge on the video. Now, I'll tell you this. If they don't come up with some videos, well, it looks a little better for the defense. I'm not saying that's going to be a win. I'm saying it looks a little better. But it's kind of hard to overcome when you have people that's coming back off that case from 2008 or whatever, taking a stand, saying that they did this, that, and the third. They lied now they're telling the truth, and this is what actually happened. This is why we obstructed justice. Because the train of thought would be you only obstructing justice because you did something wrong, or somebody did something wrong, and you obstructed justice by aiding a cover up or whatever is the case. So I don't think it's, you all, y'all start free with that. No. Now, real quick to New York, right? If, and I want to say this with regards to an appeal, because I remember to jot this down because I remember to tell y'all this yesterday, but I forgot. And I just thought about it because we're talking about double jeopardy. If Bonjean J-Bo is able to get an appeal based on prosecutorial misconduct, it is a good chance that a retrial wouldn't happen. I'm going to tell you why. In that case, it may fall up under double jeopardy when you go back to retry. Because I told you, with appeals, certain reasons, and I went through a whole thing of, I ain't going through it tonight, of reasons of if an appeal is granted, and based on those reasons, they won't, retry you because of double jeopardy. So, and I just thought about it. I just went straight into cussing, and I ain't say hey to y'all. Lord have mercy, Jesus. Let me say hey to y'all. What's up, Star? You first. Woo! Hey, Dynamite. Hey, Marietta Jones. Karen J. What's good with it? Shawty. Hey. Purple. Hey, honey. Hey, Anna. What's good with it, honey? Welcome back. Hey, loves. Karen Johnson. Hey. Girl Melanie. What's good with it, honey? My toy. Hey, my pumpkin. Hey, poo-poo. Hey, Jazz Cruz. What's good with it, honey? What's good with it? Low end to the no end. Low end to the no end. Yes. Oh, you invited people to hear about the case. Oh, I'm gonna get to it. Oh, I'm sorry, guest. I'm sorry. Oh Lord, I'm sorry, guest. Hey, progress 2 times. Yes, Anna. Yes, thank you. Yes. Disclaimer number 2. Hey, Angela Jackson, what's good? T. House, what's good with it? Joe, what's good with it? Hey, big baby Pernell, how you doing, honey? How you doing? Let me see who else. I thought the government said the girl on tape was 14, from my understanding. As James said that she yeah, we gotta talk about a couple things because I gotta get a couple things straight. Hey, Blessed. Hey, Roy Aphrodite and everybody else. Thank y'all for coming on through, honey. I am so sorry, Lord. Can't even tell me bad company. Lord, honey, Lord have mercy. See them goddamn wolves and them evil goddamn sorcerers always make you goddamn mess up. But listen, so I want to make sure I touch on that. Was it something else before I get to Van Allen? Something else for let me stop pulling up this Van Allen shit real quick. So I'm going to put this link in the chat and I'm going to give y'all the dates. I'm not going to play it because guess who it's from? It is from that old goddamn Vlad, and you don't like you play his shit, honey. You go to playing his shit and all of a sudden your shit goes a goddamn slowing up. You don't like you play his shit, so I ain't. Hold on, let me find it. And I'll tell you the times to go to it. Hold on. Yes. Hold on, y'all. Y'all can capture this y'all self. Because everybody going crazy about this Lisa Van Allen shit. I know, and I am curious. I want to find out what the hell is going on. Now, you be the judge and see what she said. Okay, now this is an article from Essence. And let me get the Vlad. You know, I'm very thorough. Okay. I don't just be saying shit to say shit. If it's wrong, it's wrong. If it's right, it's right. Shit. Okay. Here is Vlad, and I want you to go. Where is this? Is Vlad, and I need you to go from. Hold on. Okay. But I need you to go from 8:43 to 12:33. See what she said. I'll tell you what she said. So, in both of those, with the Essence, right? Lisa Van Allen said that she met R. Kelly when she was 17. And she talked about the video she was on and all of that, whatever. And Vlad, and I have no idea where that BBC documentary went. It doesn't seem like it's just vanished in the clear blue air. I don't know what the fuck happened. But in that BBC, I don't know what happened. But in Vlad, right, when you go from that timestamp I told y'all to go to, from and to, right? She talks about, says the same thing. She met R. Kelly. She was 17. She also makes a point of saying she had sex with him when she was 17. Okay. Now it is coming out that she by the prosecution. And I'm gonna say this real quick. Ain't nobody been more righter than me, but the prosecution. Not even the defense. Okay. Shit. So listen. The prosecution say, and that's their witness, and I don't see them throwing their witness up under the bus, that she was 18. She just got over the threshold. So they're making a reference. Remember I told you, a reference is different than a story. What these motherfuckers out here is giving you are stories. The prosecution make a reference. They said she was just made it over the threshold. She was 18. And now, and then Karen J had made a comment that said that, you know, maybe that's why they took her from being a minor to individual. That would make perfect sense. And if she has immunity, I think they say she has immunity. It could be one because she perjured herself, which means she lied, or she maybe got in trouble because of that extortion, that alleged extortion, or something else. Well, when somebody give you an immunity, that's because you did something wrong. They don't give you immunity just to be getting that motherfucker. You don't need it. So something happened. If she gave the grand jury false testimony or whatever back in 2002 or whatever, now it could be the situation where it was that false testimony that she said that R. Kelly allegedly made her give. That can be because of that. We don't know. I don't like to jump ahead of myself or whatever. I like to deal with the facts as we go along so we can get a more accurate picture, right? There's no reason to rush. I'm just saying what they said. I ain't said, they said, you know? So, and that's, I remind you, ain't nobody know more about this case than the prosecution. They know all about it. They done broke it up and broke it down. So I don't know. You could be the judge yourself. You gotta take it from me. I'm just telling you, it don't take long to find the facts. I don't do the remix. Okay? That's what it is. I don't know. I really don't motherfucking know, honey. I really don't goddamn know. So, y'all can figure that out yourself. That's just what it is. And you know I ain't gonna make no shit up. Don't need to. Another thing I wanted to talk about, right? So, hold on. Where did I put it? So, it seems to be an issue with these co-defendants, right? We don't know who's going to testify, who's not, whatever. And let me tell you something. Everything is alleged. Pretty much. Yeah, the case will be chopped with some facts and things of that nature. As we go, we may hear facts, but please believe everything is alleged. There may be some facts stuck in there, somewhere, somehow. Remember, each side has a job to persuade the judge and the jury, right? So, yesterday, Mary Judge had brought up Bruton, and we went over Bruton, right? And Bruton kicks in when there's a co-defendant that is going to testify against another, right? So here's the situation with that. All right, because we did the lives on it, what months ago, but it came back up, right? So here's where those statements. Remember that Santiago proper was a tedious going back and forth, and what the prosecution was trying to assert, what the defense tried to prevent and all that, whatever, right? So I don't know, and I brought it up earlier, but I don't know why Bruton wasn't really filed. It should have been filed by J-Bo, really, and not a girl Mary Judge, because if those are statements, when Bruton kicks in, those are statements that a co-defendant makes that implicates another co-defendant, and it's most likely going to be R. Kelly in this case, right? If that's the case, then McDavid or Brown don't need to testify. What will happen is then J-Bo or Mary Judge or somebody would need to file a motion to suppress those statements, because not all statements are hearsay, because one, if not, it's not an out of court statement made to prove the truth of the matter asserted in the statement, then, and the statement and the facts must match, then they don't have, that's not considered hearsay, and then those statements are admissible. So right there, we don't know what's on the statements and if they're implicating each other, whatever. We see now that whoever that Kathleen Leon is, that old goddamn backstabbing ass lawyer bitch, she done come in there and just done probably sat Mary Judge down and said, I got this. And we don't know which way they're going. Right? And don't think I'm taking a side. I just don't like fuck shit. Because if we like Mary Judge, she was doing all right. She ain't need no help. And here you go. Kathleen coming here with this bullshit and messing everything all up. So that's probably why we heard that J-Bo was, complaining about finger pointing and all of that. Because she see where they're going with this. Okay? And she see that, her client already had the most to lose. And now with them, with everybody not being in sync with their defense, it's really going to, it's going to be bad. I mean, the tapes or the tapes, or whether or not don't have tapes, that's just one thing. But they fought tooth and nail about those statements because I told you they were as equally as important. Because now you have people telling all kinds of shit by any means necessary. Statements, on the stand, all kinds of stuff. And what it does is, when it comes to that conspiracy, that obstruction, and the rest of those charges, because it's going to deal with intent, it confirms that they knew. Not just one, all of them. So right there, we got a problem. Well, y'all got a problem. So that's just my case education for today. So let's go through and see what they said about the case. And then I'm going to see if I can get, I'm okay with reading. So I'm going to see if I can get to um, some of those transcripts. Hold on. So we're going to check out, I'll do my Jason real quick. And because his should be out of sorts. So I hate fooling with him. And all Megan did today was retweet what Jason said. So let me see what we have. But yeah, I'm not sure about all that Lisa stuff or whatever. I'm really not sure. I'm just going to go by what the prosecutor said. They would know. Let's see. Oh, his stuff is just all everywhere. Okay, 10 hours. Okay, so the Wednesday, that's over with. Okay. Kelsey Ground. Okay. Okay, let's see. Okay. This is from Jason Meiser. He says the basketball court of R. Kelly's George Street home was an homage to Kelly's success, with a large cartoon mural painted on one wall depicting the Looney Tunes character from the movie Space Jam, which of course had featured Kelly's Grammy-winning song. It says, dressed in a white blazer with her hair in long braids, Jane has so far been testifying calmly about hundreds of sexual encounters she had with R. Kelly, beginning when she was 14. Her voice has been quiet, and her gaze has stayed on the prosecutor. Jane's testimony is expected to resume after a lunch break. It's my turn in the courtroom, where phones, laptops are not allowed. So follow Says we're back from a lunch break in R. Kelly trial, ready to resume with more testimony from Jane, who is expected to identify herself on the now infamous sex video with Kelly, which she denied was her back in 2002. Update to illustrate how young Jane looked at the time of the sexual encounters with R. Kelly. Prosecutors showed the jury two photos. One showed her as a sophomore, one on one knee holding a basketball, smiling. The other was a headshot from when she was 13. When asked why R. Kelly gave her money at the beginning of a sex tape when she was 14, Jane started to cry audibly, saying, after a long pause, because if anybody saw the tape or if it was released for some reason, he would say I was a prostitute. We're on the afternoon break, back in 15 minutes. Sound like Jane will be on the stand for the rest of the day and good chunk of Friday. Wow. Jane says R. Kelly decided to send them to the Bahamas and Cancun so they would not be accessible to the police and the media. There were a lot of negative attention happening around the videotape, and Robert wanted us to leave the country to figure out approaches going forward. Asked why she had sex with R. Kelly, Jane says it was out of intimidation. He was an authoritative figure. I didn't know how to respond. I didn't know how to say no. I just went along with things and it somewhat became normal. He says, we're back. Jane says while they were on their trip, her parents came to the conclusion they were going to do as I asked and basically stay on Kelly's side. She said they lost their jobs and couldn't afford lawyers, and they didn't want to lose her too. Jane says that while she was in Mexico, she got a tattoo with Kelly's name and with a heart. When she got back and showed it to Kelly, he told her it was a problem and had Milton Brown take her to the tattoo artist's house to get it covered up. Jane said that after she was subpoenaed to testify before Cook County grand jury in April 2002, Kelly again told her, stay loyal, and denied it was her on the tape. She says Kelly paid for an attorney to go with her to the appearance. Jane says she was put under oath before the grand jury. Question, were you truthful? Answer, no. Question, what did you tell them that was not true? Answer, that I was not involved with Kelly sexually and that we had never made any videotapes. Jane acknowledges that in exchange for her testimony, she had been granted immunity from prosecution for perjury. So the perjury, so they are granting immunity for perjury. So maybe that's what Lisa got. Maybe because she perjured herself back in the day. I don't know. And I don't know what that perjury would have been. So I don't know. It says Jane says she turned over two key pieces of evidence to Kelly's lawyers, a silver cross necklace that was visible on the sex tape, as well as her passport, which she had a photo of her wearing the same necklace. The lawyers were Ed Jensen, and I believe there was a Sam Adams Jr. Oh my goodness. So she turned, oh my God. So they're saying that she turned over the necklace and a passport to the attorneys. Well, why would they collect that from her? Did they turn that over to the prosecution? Ooh, let's see. Boy, that's damning right there. So Jane testifies she moved to Kelly's mansion in Olympia Fields while his case was pending. But after he was acquitted, their relationship changed for the worse. As far as other women being involved, as far as abuse coming into play, Kelly's lawyer objects. Now in a sidebar. Jane testifies Kelly abused her from age 17 to the time she left him at 24. It involved being spanked and hidden, she says. She also says he controlled her with would not allow her to work a lead. So wait a minute. So I thought they said that she just left him not too long ago. Wait a minute, to the time, because she said to the time she left at 24. Well, she went 24 a couple years ago. But in 2014, she said Kelly helped her rent her own place in University Park and get a card to go to work. He paid for it part with a check that said settlement on it. Question: did you have any kind of settlement agreement with Mr. Kelly? Answer: no. Jane says she finally started coming clean about her relationship with Kelly to law enforcement a few years ago. Asked why, she paused for several seconds. Because I became exhausted with living with his lies, she said. Know about that. Let's see. Said that's it for Jane's direct testimony. McDavid's lawyer, Bo Brentley, is starting his cross now. Sounds like J. Bo will cross-examine Jane on Friday. Brentley cross was brief, and we are now adjourned for the day. Ooh, make that a martini double. Update. Okay, Jane had been testifying for 4 hours about her clandestine sexual relationship with R&B superstar R. Kelly as a young teen. When she was asked why she finally decided to tell her story, her answer: "I became exhausted with her life." Okay, same thing she pretty said. So let me see what Megan, if Megan said anything. Go find Megan real quick. I really want to get to them damn transcripts because I don't know what the hell. Okay, what she didn't retweet. Trying to find the stuff she didn't retweet. Okay, let me start back here. Okay, okay. It says after that, the nature of their relationship changed. Jane said we would spend a lot of time on the phone together, and eventually he might ask me a question like, "What color panties are you wearing?" She was 13 years old. Let me see something before that. Uh-uh. Okay. Stephanie told Jane, I should ask him to be my godfather. I should sit on his lap and rub his head and ask him to play that role in my life. Jane testified. She did, and Kelly chuckled a bit and said yes. It says, okay, good morning. Chicago court is expected to resume shortly. R. Kelly traveled, more testimony, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Okay, Jane testified that she was around 14 when Kelly began to physically touch her in a sexual way. The first time was late at night in the office area of the Kelly studio, she said. Since he was her godfather, it was normal for her to be around him without supervision, she said. The physical contact escalated to sex acts when Jane was 14, and Kelly engaged her in sexual intercourse for the first time when she was 15. She testifies. They had sex an innumerable amount of times when she was 15 to 18 years old, she says. Kelly gave her alcohol for the first time when she was 14, and she would drink heavily, she said. It would help me loosen up, kind of take me away from the moment. Uh, it says Kelly would suggest Jane recruit her young friends to join them, and she complied, she testified. He would make an advance like, "What's up with this person? How would you feel if they were included in our sexual activity?" I told him yes. I would basically pitch the idea. Jane's testimony is expected to resume after lunch break. It's my turn in the courtroom where the phones are. Okay, same thing. Okay, and let me check. I got Dave real quick. See if he got anything. What is that? Sidebar. Said it is solid. Oh, he tell you. Oh, he did a lot. Let me see how far he went back. Okay. Um, 9 hours. 9 hours. 9 hours. Ooh, he texted a lot. I mean, he tweeted a lot. Oh, damn. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm trying to get to the beginning of the day with him. Oh, said, who is Hustler? Wait a minute, y'all. Okay. All right. Defense attorney Jennifer Bonjean again coming back to the smoke detector disguised video camera. Hustler, Hazir, I guess, says he did not confirm whether the video camera was operable or if there were any images stored on it before he disposed of it. Oh, wait a minute now. What about this video camera? Anything for that? No, he starts there. Sorry, y'all. He starts there with the video camera, so I guess I'll have to read about that tomorrow. Okay, it says Husler further said that after he moved into R. Kelly's former home at 1010 West George Street in Chicago, he never allowed Kelly back into the property. With that, prosecutor wraps up its questions and allows defense to begin cross-examination. Day 4 of the federal R. Kelly trial beginning in Chicago. Day starts off with presiding Lena Webb ordering the court to sketch artists to and and anonymize Kelly's alleged victims in their sketches, specifically to obliterate their faces and hairstyles. Okay, with that, R. Kelly's defense wrap up his question for who's there, I guess. Prosecution has no follow up, so he is dismissed. Court taking a 15-minute break. Okay, next witness to be called to the stand R. Kelly's federal trial in Chicago will be Jane, the woman who allegedly appeared in 4 sex tapes Kelly made in 1998 when he was 31 and she was 14. Let me make sure this is up here. Hold on. Make this full screen. Okay. I appreciate y'all for hanging out. Let's see. Jane, the alleged R. Kelly's victim in the center of this trial, is now taking a stand. Jane says she was born in 1984, is currently 37, and was raised in the Chicago suburb of Oak Park. Jane also says she was in a Christian hip hop group. Her mother and deceased father were also musicians, she said. One of the prosecution's claims against R. Kelly is that Kelly took advantage of Jane's music career and ambitions for sexual favors. Jane describing her time with her hip hop group in the 1990s. It was an amazing time. We were very successful. I was living my dream. I was very happy. While touring with the group, Jane says she was homeschooled. Jane says she is familiar with R. Kelly, whom she knew of through his R&B music and first met in 1996 when she was 12, 13. He came to a gospel concert at my church. I was excited. I knew his level of success. I was excited like any other fan, Jane says. Jane says it was her aunt who first introduced her to R. Kelly after the gospel concert. They met backstage after later met again a few months later when Kelly came to a performance put on by Jane's music group. R. Kelly told me I did a great job. He gave me pointers on how to handle the stage. It made me feel accomplished that such a successful person was saying I was gifted, Jane says. Following this meeting with R. Kelly at her music group's Chicago performance, Jane says she started seeing R. Kelly more through her aunt Stephanie, who Jane says had a romantic relationship with Kelly at the time. Whoa, spark a light! Okay, Jane says she visited R. Kelly at his Chicago track studio at 865 North Lavery Street in Chicago hundreds of times in the late 1990s. Prosecution going over some boilerplate questions to establish Jane knew R. Kelly well, what his studio looked like, how he wore his hair, his album cover, art, etc. Every journalist covering the R. Kelly trial in the federal courthouse, me included, is currently shooting daggers out of the window at the Chicago Air and Water Show, which started today. Blue Angels stunt jet flying right over the courthouse. Jane says her aunt pushed her to get closer to R. Kelly. She said I should ask him to be my godfather, that I should rub his head and ask him to take that role in my life. Jane says Kelly chuckled and says yes. Her parents said, she says, also approved. Sparkle, Jane says she was 13 years old when she asked R. Kelly to be her godfather. Following him becoming her godfather, she says her conversations with him changed. It became sexual. He would ask me questions on the phone like, what color panties are you wearing? Jane says R. Kelly also began asking her about her breast developing and other sexual issues, and that it eventually progressed to phone sex. Kelly said, she said, would tell her over the phone that he was jerking off. Jane says her relationship with R. Kelly became physical in 1998 when she was 14, while they were both alone on the couch in the Chicago track studio one night. Jane says Kelly began rubbing her breast and vagina. Jane said her parents felt comfortable enough with R. Kelly at the time of their first sexual encounter that they didn't mind her spending time alone with him. Huh? Wait a minute, couple no. Well, that doesn't mean that they knew about it, I guess. Let's see. Usually, I would go to R. Kelly's basketball gym and it would be like a weekend thing, Jane said, describing how she and Kelly would coordinate sex while she was still underage. She said her parents would sometimes take her to Kelly's home in Chicago as they thought of it as her spending the weekend at my godfather's house. Jane said she had sex with R. Kelly an uncountable amount of times before she turned 18, though estimates it as hundreds. Counting, Jane says R. Kelly started giving her alcohol when she was 14. It helped me loosen up. It took me away from the moment, Jane tells the federal prosecution. Jane also alleges R. Kelly encouraged her to bring her other teenage female friends into their sexual relationship. Specifically, Jane says Kelly crushed on two other alleged victims in this case, Jane's friends Pinky and Brittany. Jane says she was between 14 and 16 when she began to have sex with Pinky and R. Kelly together. However, she says they stopped after Jane found out Kelly was seeing Pinky outside of their mutual sexual encounter. Jane says she broke their friendship with Pinky over this. Likewise, Jane says she had multiple sexual encounters with Brittany and R. Kelly together when they were both girls were under 18. As with Pinky, Jane said she broke off their friendship with Brittany when she found Brittany had a relationship with Kelly that excluded her. So Brittany is her friend, not her cousin. That concludes the current round of the prosecution's questions for Jane in the R. Kelly's federal trial in Chicago. Court taking a lunch break break until 2 p.m. Central Standard. Jane now discussing the DCFS investigation into her alleged relationship with R. Kelly. I denied it. I was afraid that something bad would happen to Robert if anyone found out about the nature of our relationship. She tells prosecutors her denial was false. Jane now implicating Milton June Brown, R. Kelly's former personal assistant and his co-defendant in this federal case, in handling the alleged sex tapes. See how I told you they are going to try to keep them tied together through this trial. Because, it's possible. It's not a situation where they got to convict all three. One, of course, one can be found not guilty, whatever. But they're trying to get all three. And because their story, the prosecution story, is going to be like a pyramid, which is going to connect them all together. They're going to chain them all together. Okay. So, and I'm interested to see how much involvement, the level of involvement that Milton Brown and Mick David has, what the prosecution will allege they have. It says prosecution resuming its question. Okay. Prosecution resuming its questions of Jane in R. Kelly's federal trial in Chicago. Federal prosecutors allege Jane is featured on 4 sex tapes made in 1998 when Jane was 14 and Kelly was 31. Now, that could mean that they actually have, I don't know, that could mean that they actually have 4 tapes of something. All right. Because that's giving a specific number. And in my train of thought, I'm saying if they had such a long relationship, it would be more than 4 tapes. She would have, given a number if they didn't have actual 4 tapes of something. Okay, so I don't know. Because she could have just said, he taped me hundreds of times. Well, does that mean they have hundreds tapes? No, that's just saying she was allegedly taped hundreds of times. It says the Chicago police questioned Jane regarding her relationship with R. Kelly in 2000. She says she denied any sexual involvement. That was something I was going to take to my grave. I was protecting him. Jane says, adding, I didn't want my parents to find out either. Jane says she found out from her aunt Stephanie, aka Sparkle, in 2001 that a sex tape featuring her and R. Kelly had leaked publicly. She said her parents asked her about the tape, but that, of course, I denied everything. Jane said R. Kelly repeatedly told her not to talk about the tape, that he seemed afraid as well. Jane said R. Kelly explained a game plan to her and her parents regarding the sex tape at the meeting at a hotel in Chicago suburb of Oak Park. She says the meeting was set up by Kelly's former manager and current co-defendant Daryl McDavid. No. This meeting occurred in early 2002, Jane said. I just remember my dad storming out and being upset. He was crying and he was upset. And R. Kelly was begging his forgiveness. She said her dad responded to Kelly, I can't help you. Oh, wow. Shortly after this meeting, Jane said she and her parents left for the Bahamas at R. Kelly's suggestion. Jane said there was a lot of negative attention happening around the videotape, and Robert wanted us to leave the country, not to have any attention on us. Jane also said Kelly didn't want the family to be accessible to the law enforcement or press at the time. It was not a fun vacation, she says. Okay, court is taking a 15-minute break. And unfortunately, this is where I have to end my R. Kelly trial coverage for the day. Coverage. Okay. Let me see. Okay, I'm not taking any sides regarding Kelly here at all. My job is to specifically not to have a side in the trial. I'm just squeaked out that some people seem to think an adult man having sex with 15-year-old will somehow be more acceptable than him having sex with a 14-year-old. Whatever feeling I have to say of disturbing how many people. Okay, whatever your feelings on R. Kelly on the case against him, I have to say I was really disturbed about how many people on my trial thread today were splitting hairs over whether his alleged victim lost her virginity to a man in his 30s at 14 or 15. That's a child either way. And, okay, so let me see if I can get to these transcripts really quick. Y'all don't mind. If y'all don't mind, I can start them. Let me see if we can go with these transcripts. Thank y'all for hanging on out here. And so that it's a lot going on. Um, if you're on team lock them up, you're still pretty comfortable because you got to say, you got just about every type of category of evidence represented here, right? And if you are on the defense, you got to say that you have some lies going, alleged lies going for you. I'll give you that. You have some mix up with the tapes. You got some of that going on. You got some dead people. You have where is it down? Hold on, let me find. You got dead people. You have that's about it. Some people that won't be taking a stand. Should I say? I shouldn't call them dead people, but the people that won't be taking a stand. So it's a lot, y'all. It's a lot. Let me pull up this transcript. Please make sure you like, share, and subscribe. But y'all, while I'm sitting up here and wait, let me tell y'all, baby. Y'all know that Lady D. I know JoJo probably dropped his goddamn glasses and shit. But let me tell you about JoJo, honey. JoJo loved Lady D, honey. Miss Lady D, baby, you got you goddamn honey. Somebody loves you, honey. Woo! I said, oh my goodness. He loved Lady D, baby. He was like, was she talking that shit and she went Versace? Fuck that. He was like, fuck your ass. He was done with my ass. Oh, honey, he was done with me, baby. He was like, baby, Lady D is over there talking that shit like he like it, honey, like Chris Brown say. Yes. I couldn't, honey. I washed clothes, did all kinds of shit, honey. He wasn't paying my ass no motherfucking mind tonight, baby. He loved Lady D. Lady D, baby. Got it and gone. So perhaps that's what you got to worry about. Lady D. You got to worry about me. You got to worry about Lady D. You worry about me. Shit, it's Lady D, baby. Yes. Wolf, you got to go over there and motherfucking harass that goddamn lady. Yeah. Yes, honey. Anything, baby. We got that goddamn wolf, baby, all over the place trying to figure out. She peeping all in the window, ducking in the corners, trying to stay up with all the goddamn lives. Girl, them lives we be giving. I got it up, y'all. Them lives we be goddamn having, bitch. You gonna be up all night trying to keep up with us. Shit. Honey, we got you all over the place. You don't know what the fuck was going on between us, baby. You don't know. You just do not know. I don't know. Should I be reading as, since Karen says she got guests in here? I don't know. Should I be reading as White Angie or Black Angie? Which one? So this happened. This happened on yesterday. I don't need to introduce all these people. Let me just go and get in it. All right. Of course, the court is the judge. It says, "Good morning. Good morning, Judge. Please be seated. Things are never intended to be easy. Juror number 5 phoned in this morning and said she's having leg problems, can't sit and can't walk, and asked to be excused. I didn't see much choice, so we excused her, and she's replaced by juror number 71, which is alternate number 1. 2 other jurors are on the what BNSF train, and it's late or something. So, Mr. Brindley, well, we're off to a great start. The judge, it's not as bad as the last trial I had where we lost 2 jurors. We had 9, lost 2 the first weekend, left us 7 for the rest of the trial. There was a motion filed overnight by Milton Brown. I thought about it. And just a clarification, excuse me, the clarification would be that the testimony about obtaining hotel rooms for non indicted people, the testimony would be limited to without naming him, just an employee. Miss Judge, perfect, Judge, thank you. The judge, now Miss J-Bo. J-Bo, good morning, Judge. I'm sorry, I do have something. Oh, let me stop real quick. Hold on. Okay, so they're going, so Mary Judge, and I had to dial it back up a minute. So Mary Judge, our girl, is still winning despite old hating ass Kathleen Leon. Okay, so Miss Judge has won her motion. We got her clarification pretty good, pretty well. So they're going to refer to Milton Brown by just an employee. Okay, again, I tell you what that does. She can go a couple ways with that. She can say, all right, you don't actually know actually who you spoke with, She can just refer to him as, that's one thing. She can refer to him as just an employee, as to just to have, it does a trick with the evidence, okay? It's limiting that evidence just to him, just to his name. Him without his name. That's what I'm saying. Just limiting to him without his name being called. Meaning, so it doesn't look as bad as, because you see they want to keep them all 3 tied together. They want Milton Brown by name, Gerald McDavid, and R. Kelly be tied together. But if they got some people referring to an employee, that plays a mind trick on the one on the jury, and 2, it doesn't look as bad for him, and that she can actually say, well, you don't know really who you spoke to, whatever. She could play a couple games with this. So that is a win for her. So let me keep reading. So Mrs. Mary just says, perfect, Judge, thank you. See, she already got her game plan in her mind. What's she gonna do with it? And so I'll look forward to see what happens with that. The court now, Miss Bonjean said, good morning, Judge. I'm sorry, I do have something. The judge, could you remove your Yep, whenever you're addressing me because of, well, never mind. I have difficulty understanding people when they talk to me through their, go ahead, excuse me. Miss Bonjean says, thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted to place an objection on the record to the government's use of pseudonyms for non victims or non minors. It occurred to me last night as I was preparing for today that there are parents of one of the minors who have pseudonyms associated with them, and frankly, I don't know what the authority is for that or why. I don't think there is any. And now she has an objection on the record, and that's preserving the record because this, in the event of there's a, a conviction or anything like that, this issue is already preserved on the record. She can bring this up during the post conviction phase, right? Out on the post conviction motions or on appeal, okay? Whatever this issue is. So that's why she has it on the record and she has it preserved. All right. It says beyond that, it's going to make some cross examination difficult because I may want to question law enforcement or different witnesses. And so I'm going to be using a name that won't be recognizable to these people. And I guess they could have a code up there with them as well. But it's just, I understand for the complaining witnesses, the minors, the victims, but I don't get why we need to further complicate it for witnesses who are not or who were never minors. They're just witnesses. The judge says, government, Miss Eppington, Your Honor, this issue was briefed weeks ago. There was no objection on at that time. Your Honor concluded that the pseudonyms were appropriate in this case. In particular, the parents, the defendants are talking about are the parents of minor one and identifying them as the government wrote in its brief would identify minor one. And so those individuals would properly be using a pseudonym as well. The judge says, is that the only one, the parents of minor one? Miss Epping, yes, Your Honor. The judge says, okay, I think well, I know you don't want to live with that, but we can live with that. Miss Von Jean says, well, I could theoretically live with it, but I just don't know how to do a cross examination. So if I asked a detective, did you speak to, the judge says, right now, the ruling will stand. If you want to file a motion to reconsider, explain exactly what you see the problem. And because I don't, again, apparently it wasn't raised at the time of the motion in limine. So if you express, and then we'll get a response from the government. In the interim, we'll just continue the way it is. Mr. Brindley, Judge, on behalf of Mr. McDavid, I tend to agree with the counsel for Mr. Kelly insofar as when we cross examine the witnesses, we're going to have to call these people something. I mean, we're going to ask the law enforcement officers for sure questions about interactions that they had with the parents of minor one. And so Ms. Epping says, Your Honor, we had issue. The Mr. Brindley, I'm still talking. The judge, wait. You can't both talk at once. I'm gonna call Miss Epping the prosecution. Prosecution said, oh, the judge says, Mr. Brindley is on the prosecutor says, sorry, Mr. Brindley. Mr. Brindley says, and so I think that if the officers don't know what I'm talking about, then we're going to have to stop so somebody can tell what I'm talking about. And I just wanted that to be flagged for the court. We'll do it, but if it becomes a problem or it becomes an issue, the judge, well, Mr. Brindley, we're going to have to stop and finish. The judge says, well, the problem wasn't, as I recall, no problem was specifically set forth. So I'm having a little difficulty understanding how the problem will play out practically. So I think if you can file a joint brief or something, and I'll have the government respond to it, and then and then I don't think it will raise a problem for the opening statements. Mr. Brinley says no. The judge says, so we have time to do that. Prosecution said, that's fine, Your Honor. That's fine with the government. We will respond to that. And for the record, the government produced last week a list of pseudonyms that we're going to be used. And the witnesses are aware of them as well. And we presented them with them. And again, we're talking about two pseudonyms that are at issue here, two parents' names. The judge says, all right, is Mel still here? Did we hear anything from the jurors? The clerk says about 30 minutes. The judge says, pardon? Clerk says about 30 minutes. The judge says 30 minutes from now? The clerk says yes. The judge says again, it wasn't meant to be easy. Ha 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 ha. J-Bo says, time to write a motion, I guess. Mr. Brennan said, yeah, we've got plenty of time. The judge says, well, you might as well stand at ease. There's no reason for you to stay point down here. I suppose we'll maybe check back in 15 minutes or so. Mr. Julian, Your Honor, while we're just waiting, there is a demonstrative. I just want to put the court on notice of this. I plan to use a demonstrative in opening statements. There's no objection to it. The judge says, okay, fine. Any demonstratives, just make sure the other side sees them ahead of time. And so if there's an objection, I can rule on it. Okay. And it says a brief recess. I'm sorry, the judge. As I understand, the jurors are here. So we will start in about as soon as they get up here. Brief pause. The clerk said, all rise. Judge says, please be seated. Good morning, members of the jury. As you know, we completed jury selection yesterday. So the first order of business is to be the opening statements by the lawyers. The opening statements are the opportunity the lawyers have to explain in advance what they expect the evidence to show during the course of the trial. They intended to be helpful to you because the evidence doesn't always come in a perfectly logical or chronological order. So it's helpful to have this overview. The one word of caution is that the lawyers say, since they are not witnesses and they are not under oath, what they say is not evidence. They can only predict to what to what they can only predict to you what they believe the evidence will show. At the conclusion of the case, if you determine that whatever the lawyer said was not what you remember in the evidence, then of course you follow what your member is as to the evidence, not what the lawyers say. Because the government has the burden of proof. The government goes first in the opening statements, and they will go first in every other aspect of the trial, including the presentation of evidence. After the government gives its opening, then you will hear the opening for the three defendants, which will be separate. So at this time, the government may present its opening statement. Opening statement, Mr. Julian. Good morning. The defendant, Robert Kelly, had sex with multiple children. He made videotapes of himself having sex with children. And these two defendants, Daryl McDavid and Milton Brown, knew about it. Daryl McDavid and Milton Brown helped Kelly cover it up and kept it a secret. Back in the 1990s, Kelly became a superstar musician, performing under the stage name of R. Kelly. By 1999, he had already been nominated for 12 Grammy Awards and had won 3 of them. The whole world saw Kelly perform one of his most popular songs, I Believe I Can Fly, at the Grammy Awards. And McDavid and Brown, they helped Kelly manage his music career. McDavid was Kelly's business manager and accountant. Brown was Kelly's assistant. And, sidebar. I heard that old stupid ass woman talking about, I didn't know McDavid was a principal. No, idiot. A principal meaning that he was like an owner of his own company, or definitely a high ranking employee at that company. Goddamn idiot. Okay, let's see. Sorry about that. It says the trio of Kelly, McDavid, and Brown were close. You're going to learn that McDavid and Brown were a part of Kelly's tight knit inner circle. This is Kelly's public side I've been talking to you about. But Kelly had another side, a hidden side, a dark side that he, along with the help of McDavid and Brown, did not allow the world to see. For years, starting about 1996 and continuing through 2001, Kelly repeatedly had sex with children, young girls, when they were 14, 15, and 16 years old, multiple girls, hundreds of times. Girls that young as minors, girls that young are minors. You're going to learn that it was a crime for Kelly to videotape himself having sex with minors. Sometimes Kelly would record himself having sex with just one young minor girl at a time. Other times he recorded himself having sex with multiple young girls at the same time, or one young girl and an adult woman at the same time. Threesomes. You'll learn that Kelly kept those videotapes close because if the world found out that he was having sex with children, he'd get into a lot of trouble and it would ruin his career. Kelly and McDavid kept the woman and girls quiet through threats and money payments. But when one of the videotapes depicting Kelly having sex with one young girl multiple times across multiple scenes went missing, Kelly, Brown, and McDavid went through extraordinary lengths to get those videos back. This trial is about Kelly's hidden side, him having sex with children and recording it. His repeated sex acts with 5 specific minor girls and all 3 of these offenders' efforts to keep that from becoming known. The charges in this case are based on that conduct. Child pornography charges based on Kelly having sex with children and recording it. Conspiracy charges based on each of these 3 defendants' efforts to keep it from becoming known that Kelly was having sex with children and to get those videotapes back, and child exploitation offenses. And at the end of this case, based on evidence, you're going to hear which I'm going to summarize for you now. You'll have what you need to find each of these 3 defendants guilty beyond a reasonable doubt as to each of the charges in the indictment. Now, I just told you a moment ago that there are 5 minor victims you're going to hear about during this trial. The minor victims and any of their relatives that testify, they may use a different name than their real name. I want to tell you about one of those victims now, and we're going to call her Jane during this trial. It's not her real name. Jane grew up in Oak Park, and she was a fan of R. Kelly. In about 1993, while Jane was still very young, Jane was part of a musical group that traveled and performed internationally. You see, Jane comes from a musical family. Her father played the guitar for a long time, including in the 1990s into the 2000s. Jane's father played guitar for Kelly. Jane's aunt was a singer. Jane thought of her aunt, who was about 10 years older than she is, as her best friend. Jane's aunt was a recording artist who also had signed a contract also to Mr. Kelly in the 1990s. Jane met Kelly in about 1996 or 1997 when Jane was 12 or 13 years old. Jane's aunt, the one that I just told you about, introduced Jane to Kelly. Now, Jane told Kelly about her musical pursuits during their first meeting, and shortly after that, she began spending time with Kelly and with her aunt in a recording studio. When Jane was 13, Jane asked Kelly to be her godfather. Her aunt, the one that I've been telling you about, suggested that she do so. Now, Jane thought that having a closer relationship with Kelly would advance her music career. Not long after that conversation, Jane Kelly pursued Jane sexually. Kelly never became Jane's godfather in a religious sense, but being Jane's quote unquote godfather provided Kelly cover for spending time with Jane, talking to Jane on the phone, spending time with Jane in the studio, and having Jane over to his house over the weekend to watch his kids. We learned that James babysat for Kelly. You see, Kelly was a married man at the time with his own children. When Jane was 13 or 14 years old, Kelly was 31 years old. Kelly took Jane's virginity. Kelly taught Jane what to do to please Kelly sexually. Jane didn't have any experience with sex before she met Kelly. Kelly told Jane how to position her body during sex or to touch Kelly during sex and what he wanted Jane to say to him during sex. One of the things that Kelly and Jane discussed while they were having sex was Jane's age. He learned that Kelly would talk to Jane in very explicit ways about Jane's body and certain parts of her body being 14 years old while the two of them were having sex. Let me pause here and I'll come back to that thought in a minute. I mentioned a couple minutes ago that Kelly recorded videos of himself having sex with children. Now, this is back in the 1990s before iPhones and Androids. Kelly was using a camcorder to record himself having sex with children. He was making VHS tapes. You play VHS tapes in a VCR. Kelly recorded himself having sex with Jane in 4 different scenes, and during this trial, we're going to be referring to those 4 different scenes as video 1, video 2, video 3, and video 4. Wait a minute. Okay, let me stop right here. Hold on. Maybe we're going to get down to the videos. Let me see. Okay, so, and during this trial, we're going to be referring to those 4 different scenes as video 1, video 2, video 3, and video 4. Huh? So it's 4 different scenes. Okay, and during this trial, we're going to be referring to those 4 different scenes. So it's 4 different scenes on a video. Okay, video 1, 2, 3, and 4 depict Kelly having sex with Jane while Jane is a young teenager and Kelly is in his early 30s. Video 4 depicts Kelly having sex with Jane and an adult woman. I'll talk to you about that adult woman in a few minutes. But due to the nature of the charges in this case, we're going to have to show you those videos of Kelly having sex with Jane. The videos are graphic, but they show what Kelly did to Jane. You're going to see Kelly telling Jane how to position her body for the video camera and what to say for the video camera. You're going to see Kelly setting up the video camera. You're going to see Kelly adjusting the video camera and checking the shot when you're watching these videos. You're going to see Kelly urinate on Jane. You're going to see Kelly urinate on Jane's face. You're going to hear Kelly talk about Jane's anatomy being 14 years old in Kelly's own words. For example, on video 2, you're going to hear Kelly instruct Jane to talk to Kelly about her 14-year-old genitalia in a very graphic terms while Kelly is performing oral sex on Jane. And you're going to see and hear Jane that she complied, repeating Kelly's command over and over. And we're going to let you hear the exact words that Kelly said to Jane and that Jane repeated when you watch video 2. On video 3, a different scene. These are scenes on a video. You're going to hear Kelly refer to Jane's butt, and I'm quoting him as a 14-year-old ass. Kelly was in his 30s. Now, as you listen to the dialogue in the videos, keep an ear out for just how many times Kelly and Jane discuss Jane's age as being 14 years old on video 2 and 3. You're also going to hear from Jane about the videos. Jane's going to testify. Jane's going to tell you that it's her on the videos. She's going to tell you that it's Kelly on on the videos having sex with her. She's going to tell you how old she was when those videos were recorded. Kelly had sex with Jane. You'll learn hundreds of times in a variety of places, including at Kelly's home, in a recording studio, on Kelly's tour buses, and at hotels. Kelly instructed Jane to keep their sexual relationship a secret and to lie if anybody asked her about it. Kelly instructed Jane to tell people that Kelly was just her godfather and act very offended if anyone suggested that there was anything sexual going on between the two of them. Kelly told Jane that the two of them would get into a lot of trouble if anyone found out that Kelly was having sex with Jane. Just 1 minute, y'all. All right, sorry about that. Okay. In fact, you'll learn that in December of 2000, the police were investigating whether Kelly was having a sexual relationship with Jane. And based on Kelly's instructions, you'll learn that Jane lied to the police and denied that Kelly was having sex with her when the police asked her about it. Kelly had sex with Jane's friends too. One of her friends that Kelly had sex with is Brittany. It's not her real name. Brittany was 16 years old. Another one of Jane's friends that Kelly had sex with is Pinky. It's also not her real name. Pinky was 14 and 15 years old. Kelly told Jane that he wanted to meet her friends and taught Jane how to have threesomes with Kelly and other young girls. Jane was afraid to tell Kelly that she didn't want to participate in these threesomes with Kelly and the other teenage girls. But you'll learn that Jane gave into what Kelly asked for, including these threesomes. And unfortunately, Jane's story is not an outlier in Kelly's hidden world. The tactics that Kelly used with Jane are the same tactics that he used with Pinky and Brittany, who I just mentioned to you, who you'll hear about during this trial. They're the same tactics that Kelly used with Tracy and Nia, two other minor victims you'll hear from during this trial. Tracy was 16 years old and Nia was 15 years old. That was 5 minor victims in total. The victims will tell you that they were inexperienced and they were starstruck when they met Kelly. They'll tell you how Kelly isolated them and exerted pressure on them to cave into his sexual demands, and how Kelly asked him to keep their hidden sexual ex, episodes, with Kelly a secret. Now, here where the trouble starts brewing for Kelly McDavid and Brown. In late 2001 or early 2002, Kelly McDavid and Brown learned that Video 1 had leaked to the public. Jane learned that her aunt had seen Video 1 depicting Kelly having sex with Jane, the same aunt that I've been talking to you about. Jane also became aware that other members of her family, including her parents, were discussing the existence of Video 1, but they hadn't seen it yet. In early 2002, Kelly and McDavid met with Jane and her parents to discuss video one and the allegations. Lost my damn on the allegations that Jane was having sex with, or Kelly was having sex with Jane. Kelly told Jane and her family that they were either with him or they were against him, and that if they were with him, they would get through this situation together. But if they were against him, Kelly told them that he didn't know what would happen. McDavid and Kelly told Jane and her family to leave Chicago because Video One was about to become a major news story. McDavid and Kelly told Jane and her family to avoid contact with law enforcement about Video One, and also to avoid the media. Jane's mother, and we'll call her Susan, is going to tell you that she feared for her family physical safety at this time. McDavid and Kelly then sent Jane, Susan, and Jane's father out of the country for roughly 1 month, all expenses paid by McDavid and Kelly, to hide Jane and her family away from law enforcement and the media. You'll learn that the law enforcement was looking for Jane during this time. Jane was afraid that Kelly was going to get in trouble for having sex with her. Jane told her parents that they would lose her. They would lose Jane if she didn't give into McDavid, Kelly, and other co-conspirators' demands to deny that it was Jane and Kelly having sex on video one. You'll learn that Jane told her parents that she was suicidal while they were out of the country on this trip. Jane wanted her parents to side with Kelly. Jane believed that if her family went along with Kelly and McDavid's plan to cover up Kelly's involvement in making video one, that everything would be okay. You'll also learn that Jane got a tattoo while she and her parents were out of the country. The tattoo was Kelly's name, Robert, inside of a heart. When Jane and her parents arrived back in America, fearful of her family's safety and fearful that they would lose their daughter, they agreed to be on Kelly's side. They agreed to cover up Kelly's creation of child pornography and Kelly having sex with Jane. The agreement to keep Kelly's hidden side a secret continued to grow, adding more and more people to do more and more in furtherance of that agreement to conceal the child pornography and Kelly's sex with Jane. For example, you'll learn that when Jane and her family got back in America, Brown took Jane to get that tattoo of Kelly's name covered up. Jane had shown this tattoo to Kelly, but Kelly told Jane in response that Jane had to get that tattoo covered up. And you'll learn that when Brown took Jane to get that tattoo covered up, Brown didn't take Jane to a tattoo parlor. Brown took Jane to somebody's house to get that tattoo covered up. Jane also wore a silver cross necklace in video one, and Jane was wearing that same silver cross necklace in her passport photo at the time. And when Jane's family came back to America, McDavid discussed with Jane how they needed to get rid of that necklace because that necklace could tie Jane to video one. Kelly, McDavid, and Brown, they knew that law enforcement was investigating whether Kelly had videotaped himself having sex with Jane. McDavid instructed Jane's family to lie under oath in a Cook County grand jury that had begun to investigate Kelly for child pornography in video one specifically. The Cook County State's Attorney's Office subpoenaed Jane and Jane's parents to appear before that grand jury, and McDavid instructed Jane and her family to deny that Jane was the girl in video one and denied that it was Kelly in video one. Jane denied that it was her in video one, even though she knew that it was her and Kelly in video one. Jane's parents, they denied that it was Jane and Kelly on video one, even though they knew that it was Jane and Kelly having sex on video one. You'll learn that shortly after Jane and her family arrived back in the United States, that both of her parents lost their jobs because of the public scrutiny surrounding whatever Kelly was having sex with Jane. And Jane's father, in response, began to play guitar for Kelly, who on a more and more regular basis to support his family. Kelly became Jane's family only source of income. In 2002, Kelly was indicted by the state of Illinois and Cook County for child pornography in Video 1, despite the defendant's effort to cover up Kelly's involvement in creating child pornography. But Video 2, 3, and 4, those were still a problem for Kelly. And I'm now going to spend the next couple of minutes talking to you about how Video 2, 3, and 4 became a problem for Kelly. Yeah, explain us. In about 2001, another one of Kelly's girlfriend was temporarily left alone with Kelly's collection of child pornography. Her name is Lisa. Lisa, adult woman that I mentioned to you in a couple of minutes, that I mentioned you a couple of minutes ago. Lisa had engaged with threesome with Kelly and Jane. Video 4, which I mentioned to you, depicts a threesome of Kelly and Lisa having sex with Jane. Lisa was 18 years old when she met Kelly in 1998. And Lisa, she had just crossed the age threshold into being an adult when she met Kelly. The first time Lisa and Jane had a threesome with Kelly, Kelly told Lisa that Jane was older than Jane actually was. Kelly told Lisa that Jane was 16 at the time. Jane wasn't 16, Jane was 14. Oh. Kelly recorded the three of them having sex, and that's video 4. Okay. And see that this might okay, this is confusing. I'm gonna tell you why. I understand it, but but you got to transfer this to a jury. Okay. They don't know if they are expecting to see 4 videos of 4 different things, or a video with, if it was 4 visual depictions, then call them that. Call them snippets of whatever it is. If they're not actual single videos or whatever, I don't know what the fuck is going on with this. Chicago, boy, they are wearing me out. I'm telling you. Like, what the fuck? Okay, and back in 2001, when Lisa was left alone with the Kelly's collection of child pornography, Lisa didn't want Kelly to have video 4 anymore. Remember, we're talking about VHS tapes. So Lisa, she popped those child pornography tapes into a VCR, and she went through them one by one until she found video 4. Lisa, she kept video 4 when she found it. That physical tape depicting Kelly and Lisa having sex with Jane in video 4. That tape also contained video 2 and 3. Okay, so video Jane in video 4, that tape also contained video. So video 2, 3, and 4 are all little segments. Child. Okay, but Lisa, she didn't believe that she could keep that tape with video 4, 3, and 2 with her. What? You see, Kelly controlled Lisa's living environment. Lisa had met Kelly in Atlanta, and when she visited Kelly in Chicago and told Kelly that she had to leave to go back to Atlanta to work, Kelly offered to pay Lisa whatever she would make at her job to stay with Kelly instead, and she did. Kelly paid for Lisa to live in hotels and sometimes have Lisa stay in the recording studio with Kelly overnight when she was here in Chicago. That's why Lisa didn't want to keep that tape with her. Lisa was afraid that Kelly would find her and beat her for taking it. Kelly had rules. You'll learn that Lisa had to live by. Lisa had to call him daddy whenever Lisa addressed Kelly. Lisa wasn't allowed to speak to other men, look at other men, or otherwise engage with other men. And if Lisa did, Kelly would physically abuse Lisa. Sometimes Kelly would control whether Lisa could eat. So Lisa didn't want to get abused for taking video 4. She didn't want to get abused for taking video 4 from Kelly's child pornography collection. Lisa mailed that tape containing video 2, 3, and 4 to a friend in Kansas City for safekeeping. So it looks like it's 2 videos. I don't know. You're going to hear from that friend, Keith Merrill, during this trial, and you're going to hear from Lisa also. Lisa told Lisa she left Kelly shortly after mailing that tape to Keith, but Lisa, she kept in contact with Kelly periodically after leaving. For a number of years, neither Kelly, Brown, or McDavid confronted Lisa about the fact that video 2, 3, and 4 were missing. Even though they didn't confront her, they all knew that tape was gone. All 3 of these defendants were taking steps to get video 2, 3, and 4 back. And I'm going to talk to you about some of those steps now. Let me see. For example, in 2001, Kelly reached out to a man named Chuck Freeman. You're going to hear from Chuck Freeman during the trial. Freeman is one of Kelly's associates. Kelly asked Freeman to come to Chicago from Kansas City, and when Freeman arrived, he met with Kelly, Brown, and McDavid. Brown and McDavid told Freeman during that meeting that someone Freeman knew stole a tape from Kelly, that the 3 of them wanted to get that tape back, and that they were willing to pay. Freeman used to be the manager of a music group that included Lisa's friend Keith. They offered Freeman a large sum of money to get that tape back. You're going to learn that Freeman entered into a written contract on August 21st, 2001, with Kelly's private investigator to pay Freeman up to $140,000 to get the tape back by August 23rd, 2001. 2 days. You'll learn they wanted that tape back in 2 days. Now, the deal that I just told you about for $140,000, you'll learn that the deal was on paper. And I'm going to stop right there, because I want to drop the link and see if anybody can understand this tale of these goddamn tapes. Here we go again with the tapes. Well, I got to page 24. And that's line 24. Okay, y'all, so what page is that? 44. All right, because I want to do better with my goddamn watermarking anyway. So let me take this down because it's getting late. Take this off. And if somebody want to help me understand, do y'all understand about these tapes? I'm going to drop this link because I don't know what's going on. Holler at a few of y'all up in this church, because I'm confused. And it's late and I really can't think about sorting it out now because I done had a crazy day. Y'all wouldn't believe. Honey, JoJo is in love with Lady D. Honey, I couldn't. Child. Honey, he liked what she was putting down over there, baby. Love some Lady D. So when you turned me on to the lady, you the one told me about the lady. I'm like, well, yeah, but I ain't tell you to go fall in love with her. Shit. Yeah, but she's very good. Very entertaining. I enjoyed listening to her. So I pinned the link at the top. I don't know what to say about these goddamn tapes, honey. I mean, shoot, I forgot. Karen said we had company, so she wanted white Angie. I don't know what to say about the tapes. This is white Angie speaking. I don't know what to say. So is there tape one, and is there another tape with scenes 2, 3 with that depict 2, 3, and 4, like little clips or something? Or is there one tape with 4 different clips? I don't know. Let me holler at y'all. Let me holler at y'all. They gone now. Okay, Matt Dime. What's good with it, Baz? What's good with it? Let me see what Baz is. What y'all saying? Hold on. What's sad about it all is when you tell the truth, you shame the devil, and unfortunately, the devil. Everybody knew about the girl. What happened to it? I don't know, honey. Around 4 and 5. Hey, S nice. Hey, baby girl. 310. No, baby girl, 310. It's not double J. Hey, Phoenix Rising. Let me holler at some more people. I'm gonna get back to double jeopardy. Hey, my Queen K. They were all filed, but it doesn't get away. Progress here, shut down. It's because the government already made it. Hey, Elvira Ward. Lisa been saying on every interview that she stole the tape, not multiple tapes. Get them, girl. Right. Hey, Shite Town OG. I'm so goddamn confused now. Hey, Chanel Lewis. Somebody said, I see that. Oh, they looking for the hell. Hey, Loves. Fair. Hey, Charlotte Bennett. So, think of everybody. So, y'all, I don't mean to skip through y'all comments because it's showing up a lot of. But I want to see what y'all think about. Can we figure out what about these tapes? I don't have to chat business, but yeah, and it's an open forum, so it doesn't matter if you blue or in white. You can hit the link. Make sure you hit that like button first. But you know the link belongs to the blue people. Blue link. But I'm trying to figure out now where's all the devices. Now I haven't made it through the opening arguments, right? So I don't know if somewhere down the line they will illustrate that there are more videotapes. Here's the thing, right? I've told y'all that in these filings, even on those oral arguments, oral whatever it is, all that stuff is still alleged. So they could have made reference to 100 devices in that paper, which they did. I saw it. I read it. And I gave you several reasons why that may not come about or what have you. All I know, we don't went from 4 tapes. I mean, shit, we scratching to find the 4 tapes now. We went from like, well, goddamn, where is the stuff? we need the stuff. What is going on? I'm trying to remember, and I know I just read it, but I'm trying to remember. Did they say that video one is going to have 4 different like shots or scenes or whatever? Are they saying that? Okay, and Shabazz need a black and gray rent. No, I went through and made a lot of people blue. Shabazz has hit the panel several times, and it's a lot of people blue. Hey, Cookie. And so what you say? Shabazz need a black and gray wrench. What? What? And make sure everybody blue. That's supposed to be blue. I can do that. I hope I'm one of the first people that gave turned Shabazz blue. I hope so. Oh, so let me get what name, baby girl 310. So let me I don't know if you was here earlier. So let me tell you why it's not double jeopardy, right? Several reasons. One, in this case, different jurisdiction, right? I mean, there's a federal jurisdiction, it's federal and state jurisdiction in Chicago. This is federal. What's good with it?
Slow boogie. What's the deal? Can you hear me?
Nothing much. Yeah, I can hear you. Let me finish explaining the double jeopardy to this baby girl. So this is a different jurisdiction with different charges. So that is the way they circumvented the double jeopardy. And yeah, everybody got to realize that we're not in the court of what we think, how we feel, if it's wrong or whatever, what the prosecution think, what the defense think. It's pretty much up to what the judge is deciding because he's presiding, what the jury deliberates on, and what the law says. That's what we are operating under. When it comes to double jeopardy, it's what the law states. And another thing, I heard somebody said that they were able to refile this because he obstructed the first case. That is also not true. When you obstruct the case, that's not often found out until later on. You got acquitted, fine. What they'll do is they'll charge you with obstruction. Not going to charge you with those same charges. They're going to charge you with obstruction and lay out the elements for that obstruction. So that's just what it is in a nutshell. What's good with it?
Still learning. Look, is Shabazz still in this chat?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Shabazz, hit that link if you do so. Kindly, please. I got a couple of questions for you, player. Will spill. But until that happens, if that do happen, it is what it is. What's your spin on it?
On what? On
I mean, just a testimony of what they call pseudonym one.
minor one. Well, from what I can gather,
Yeah, it's a good question, isn't it?
Yeah, I really can't get a pulse on it because she's giving a testimony and she's pretty much saying the stuff that she said back in the day was, she was being directed to do so by R. Kelly and his people, his crew. That's what she says, right? And she's giving a testimony, like I was trying to tell people. Don't be alarmed if all these tapes don't materialize, because they don't need them. All they just like in the New York case, all the testimony can serve as verification of that tape. Tape, some taping.
Well, that's what I was saying. They don't need a damn tape 4 unless tape 4 incriminate someone else, and if they doing it the way they doing, they showing excerpts of it, they not gonna show everything that's on that tape. People gotta realize this, because the excerpt that they want to probably show in tape 4 might incriminate somebody else. Ain't nobody looking at it in that vein.
Oh, yeah, that's good. But the thing. Go ahead.
No, I'm finished. Go ahead.
Oh, well, that's a good way of looking at it. Like, maybe they only showing certain portions to keep it aimed at the people that's named in the on the indictment and the witnesses that come forward and all of that. I get what you're saying, and it won't shed light on other people and things of that nature. This Lisa Van Allen thing is going to be interesting to me. I'm trying to figure that out.
I mean, the hypocrisy around it, based around, you can't tell me they couldn't get this young lady to testify if they wanted her to back then. It has to be some forceful tactics going on right now. I mean, if y'all don't see this shit, man, I don't know what else to say to you people, man. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. When the feds come to town, it's something different than some goddamn person coming to serve you with some papers, knocking at your door. They're going to find you wherever the hell you at. So for that young lady to say it took her and she had to get the courage, that's bullshit. Let's tell the freaking truth here. Come on now. When the bread stops, the mouth starts running. Yeah, I'm talking about minor one. Because you had the fair opportunity before. And then what father is going to still continue to work with some man that assaulted your daughter in such a ill manner? Y'all, I mean, god damn, man. I'm so tired of talking to you people, man, and putting this shit in y'all face, man. The game does not change, man. Ain't no father finna put up with that. I don't give a damn what kind of bread involved in it. What the fuck is this shit about? And then work with him for years, and then she steady go along with it. Man, y'all better wake up and smell the freaking coffee. This is a game they run. They've been running it since before this shit even came about. It's magnified on this level these days. And ain't no man, not no real man gonna sit there and work with nobody that assaulted his daughter and said, okay, you just got to deal with it, but I'm going to continue to work with you. What the fuck? Think about this. Stop looking at what they're telling you. I mean, years after, and all of a sudden she get this epiphany. Oh, I can't live with myself no longer. This is the same jive bullshit ass story these goddamn people have fed all of those goddamn witnesses. It's the same pattern.
Well, let me tell you.
I mean,
well, let me tell you this. Okay, I'm pretty sure.
Wait, before you go in.
Go ahead.
Before you go anywhere, I don't want to hear about no victims have a time when they want to come out and speak. Go ahead. Bullshit.
No, what I was going to say is this. Okay. I'm pretty sure what you're seeing on the stand is a finished product of what happened. What they, how can I say this? Because I don't want to say it. It's not. I don't want to call it rehearsed because I'm not calling it rehearsed. This is what I'm trying to say. This behind the scenes. Let me put it like that. Behind the scenes, it didn't go what you probably. I'm pretty sure it didn't go as to what you're hearing out now. You're not. That's not how it went. Behind the scenes, it went something like this. We have found, because it goes by when the government founded the crime, and they said it would happen within the 5 years. So, and I remember reading that document. I think they said it was in 2014. So what that meant was they had the evidence that a crime happened. All these crimes, this stuff happened, right? They had evidence. So it could have been she was started to cooperate. They had some other kind of physical evidence, all kinds of stuff. Okay, started occurring, which brought to the forefront.
Or they had some shit on her. Or they had some shit on her.
Well, I don't know what they would have on her.
Hey, they ain't gonna tell
but
you.
But I'm pretty sure they told her that, if she got immunity, that means they found, they said she for the perjury. Okay, so that when they gave her that immunity, they was like, well, you pretty much have to testify. We're gonna put your ass in jail for perjuring yourself. And I'm pretty sure that story that went along with that perjury,
it fit the crime.
Sounded more as hold on. Sounded more like a unit, a connection with the parents and I'm say allegedly with the parents and the people involved in R. Kelly, like it was a big old cover up. Everybody was going along with it. Everybody was living their life and whatever. But when the government, when the authorities find out that that's actually what's going on, they coming on your ass just like that. We know that all this is going on. Now, you can make it easy for yourself and your family, and all y'all can make it easy for yourself if you cooperate.
Shit.
But if you don't cooperate, we're going to put your ass in jail.
That is the standard protocol, Angie. That is the standard protocol. The answer, yeah, I know about Regina and George Daniel. I know that's why I'm asking you to hit this link. Not on that particular thing, but yeah, I know about Regina and George Daniels. Yeah.
Who was that?
Man, they know who I'm talking about. Shit.
I don't.
But anyway, moving right along. It's weird how they make it stick. Now, I told y'all once before, these people don't sit back and wait. They'll come get you when they feel like they finished with you. You're not cooperating anymore. And I'm not talking about these jive ass witnesses, because all of them are jive to me. All of them, every last one of them has been scared and pushed into this shit. It's all about bread and fear tactics. You can't tell me I come from this game.
Well, I know the outside when you're here, we decide to cooperate because I'm tired of the. No, it ain't how it works. They told you.
Yeah, I mean, come on. I'm agreeing with you on that aspect of it. It's just, it's a shame, man, when you look at it in its full capacity for as how easy it is to persuade Black people, particularly melanated people, to just say, yeah, I do it. This is what I mean, the power that I've been speaking of. They don't have to get your ass tomorrow. They come get your ass 15 years later because they set it up. And I ain't going to get into no long, drawn-out deposition about that, but I know how they work. Because they know how we think. Keep saying this shit to y'all over and over. Keep saying it. But
I believe with the amount of the link is pinned up at the top, with the amount of immunities that's given and all of this shredded, all these revelations of these lies and stuff like that. There's a lot went on. Them prosecutors was working. Yeah.
Let me ask you this: to corroborate a lot of evidence, people need some sworn-in statements. Would you agree with that? For them to even go looking into the shit, somebody had to been running their goddamn mouth. I mean, they don't pick up.
Yeah.
They don't just say, "Okay, I want to investigate him." That means they're investigating us all. Let's tell the truth here. If that's the way it works, nah, somebody ran their mouth. And that's how it works.
What's up, Progress?
What's good with it?
Or also the what's good with it? Also, the feds get brought in by state invitation as well, and also if they find an evidence of something that a crime that was committed federally, they could do that as well.
Well, I get that because see the state.
What's up, Progress?
What's good with it, Miss Angie OG?
Progress. What up? What's the deal?
Not much, man. Something about this. Listen to everything that's going on.
I mean, it's man. When you look at it, man, I gave up on our people, man. I really have.
Well, we'll throw each other on the bus and roll over us on it, man.
I once said it, we ain't shit. I said,
well, we ain't shit, man.
We ain't shit.
We ain't, man.
And this is what we complain about. But until you understand how to diagnose yourself, why you ain't shit, you go and you're not being shit. I keep
that part,
shit, man.
Hey, Miss Ann, you read that you read that tweet Sparkle put out? Oh, you ain't read that yet?
What she said?
Oh, she came up there and said,
what she said?
She came up there and said, RL telling a damn lie. She said her mother mad at her because they were forced to testify.
I think wasn't that old? I don't know.
No, it was just I seen it. It just hit the scene today.
Man, you gonna hear all kind of shit. But see, it's like this. See,
It's on her tweet Twitter joint.
Yeah, see, that's what I mean by black folks. A piece of dog
Let
shit
me go see.
when it comes to that scheme of shit.
Go check it out, Andy. Go check it out.
Why would you come up here and say that now? After the damage is done? See, this is what I mean. Now you get, and then you get all of these jive time ass entertainers that come out here and speak on Raw's behalf when the damage is done. They are a piece of dog shit. Black folks ain't shit.
Ain't shit, man. And then my thing is,
that's exactly what I said. That's exactly what I said. You hit that straight on the nose. I said this to some individuals a long while ago. This shit wouldn't have ever came to it wouldn't have ever hit the courts. Let me say it like that. Stop playing around, man. All you would have heard is a bunch of fucking allegations. I know how this game freaking works.
But my thing is though,
it's just
if you so tormented and all that, why are you putting money on that man's books? That's crazy. I don't get that.
That's what said. Go ahead. I'm sorry. That it tells me that, what her name is, Sparkles, Platinum Recording. That gotta be her. And see, that's what tells me that. That's what tells me that the government uncovered that it was something in the milk wasn't clean. It was a lot of more cooperation with what was going on. You know what I'm saying? And they was like, "Oh, this shit is allegedly a crime. And if somebody don't go to talking, we're gonna put your ass in jail quicker than Levi will."
But you see it though. You see it.
So,
do you see it, Miss Angie?
So, it says approved followers on can see the tweet.
What? Damn, I wish I could. I got it. Me and my crew on it.
Oh, what? Oh no, you got a crew?
Yeah.
Don't say that around me, goddammit.
Me and my damn crew, we own that shit, boy.
Oh wow.
So you put it up there. Got that click click. She said,
right.
What she say?
Right.
She said,
you're right, Baz. They telling.
She said that lady up there telling a damn lie. Huh?
Somebody got an echo.
Yeah, I got an echo. What is that?
To say that she ain't have sex, that she went that she wasn't dating R. Kelly. Then it didn't come out. Like, what the hell?
Oh, make sure they ain't mine.
What does that tell you about these lying ass Negroes? She came out and adamantly said she didn't date him. I mean, God. Man.
Yeah, she did. All on a docuseries.
Why I say black folks ain't nothing but losers.
We ain't shit, man. We would throw each other up on the bus and roll over the top of each other like hell, boy. Especially when you're trying to get out some shit.
Like, is anybody
get at that?
Everybody want to be a nigga to the time to be a nigga. Darryl McDavid, yeah, I'm telling y'all. Y'all ain't heard shit. I believe it. Sparkle
wait till tomorrow.
The public to know her role in the yeah. She knew her advertised and instructed to sit down. Okay, Bass. Yeah, this is crazy.
Sparkle said, "Fuck
she's
that."
Not gonna correct it.
Bass, next time, nigga. Next time.
So that nigga flipping like Flipper.
Bad next time.
Yeah.
No love. Next time.
Sparkle said, hell no. Nah.
It's crazy.
Is she gonna be on the stand? Is she a witness?
She don't know now. Oh,
I'm saying it's Sparkle.
I don't know.
Oh, good. That tweet she put out earlier today, boy. Heads went to spinning. She see that shit like Beetlejuice. You know Beetlejuice when that nigga was sitting there and the head started spinning around and shit. I said, oh Lord.
Oh.
Yeah,
but so then that would be interesting. If Sparkle take the stand, that's gonna be interesting. If she don't put that tweet out like that.
She did. And look, did she say that she was not in a relationship with him? Shit, RL
Yeah.
threw her up on the damn bus. How we out here in the country?
But
We
you know
ride
what?
a yellow bus. 258 ran her ass
One of them
over.
guys from Public Announcement has said that Sparkle had started dating R. Kelly, and that's what kind of broke up her marriage. And she told me, I was, no, it wasn't.
Shit, Earl.
But then she say, but then another thing is say, I've been peeping all this shit out.
Don't be scared to say these punks' names. Shit.
So it will go down tomorrow. It's some shit out here, boy. And
hey, Miss Ross, real question for the men. How you think get hard for a little girl, huh?
Get what?
How you think it hard for a little girl? Maybe
and then
that ain't gonna be somebody in here trolling, man. You know.
And then if it's so, the way that lady was talking on that stand, her dad a punk ass nigga. Say he gonna get down and start crying. Man, I would took that good toy and went across his goddamn head with it.
Yeah, but it was so crazy about it continued to work for him. I don't, man, this shit, man, it's right there in your face. I don't even want to break that shit down.
I don't believe that shit. Nah, ain't nowhere here. Ain't no man. That man. Ain't no man that damn soft, man. Ain't no man, man. You come to me and tell me no shit like that, man. No. And then I'm gonna still work for you years later. Man, you got to be crazy as hell, man. I'll be in jail.
The dead man can't speak. You pick that game out.
Man, hey, that shit is unbelievable.
The dead man can't speak.
Yeah, they wait till he died. Man, damn, that's fucked up, man.
Talking about that man was supposed to testify for the defense. No, he wasn't. He was testifying for the prosecution.
They killed that motherfucker, man. They put something in his soup or something, man. They knocked them off.
Where's his written testimony? You know, because that's still going in too, because them his last words, so to speak. I mean, hard to be.
Well, yeah, they'll probably when they get to that portion of it, they'll probably try to admit that. You know, when they get to that portion of it.
That might be the ace in the hole the defense got. But I know J-Bo gonna have a ball with them tomorrow. Who going first? McDavid or J-Bo?
I think who's up there?
We ain't talking about Milton Brown.
I think I don't know. She don't get me the line.
Man, they gonna roll her ass.
You know the bad part about this, man. I ain't gonna say it because I know they be listening and these people be going back revising their shit. No. No.
You're so crazy.
They get out there themselves. No, I didn't see it happen. Are y'all serious? Y'all don't see this shit?
Yeah, I see it.
Shit.
Them people do not be listening. I mean, if you went to law school, we pretty much gonna come up with the same shit. All the people, I don't know. I mean,
get that.
Pretty much.
But it's the reference in the mind. You know, shit. They'd be like, 4 minds is better than 3. If that makes sense.
Right. I wonder how she gonna take on all 3 lawyers though.
Who?
Man, this shit been happening since this shit been popping off. With you certain shit, people never.
So, but you know what? Now, because remember I brought up Bruton early, and I thought that would come about early, but I don't know why J-Bo didn't put, especially when these statements are looming, why Brett J wrote and put in a motion um, to suppress because those statements come in. The other co-defendants really nobody really has to take the stand if some of those statements is from co-defendants. So because they will serve as testimony. So it's crazy. I don't know.
But like you said though,
Put
Miss
in a
Angie, you
motion to
said
suppress.
like you said earlier, you said if anybody take immunity deal, they did a crime then. They done
Mm-hmm.
something. If you take J-Bo said all them niggas criminal. I want to see how she gonna play that out.
Right. Right.
She said all
Right.
of them criminal.
Exactly. You weren't giving you not they gonna give you no immunity. Uh, you don't commit a crime. Like
You
what?
done something.
That's crazy.
And then my thing is, I got a question for you. My thing is like, okay, the government said that the tape, the girl was 14, right? Is I'm right or wrong?
Mm.
All right. But in her
Yeah.
testimony, she said she didn't lose her virginity till she was 15. Right? So how in the hell that be her on the tape then?
I don't think she said that. Did she?
Yes, she did. She said it. That I would listen to this shit all day at work. I know she said it. She said she was 15. Cause they asked her, they said, how you know what age you was? She said like, cause I was 15, cause that's when I lost my virginity. At 15. But the government said that the person that supposed to be on the tape is 14.
I think they were speaking on somebody else. If they didn't
They take them on one, right?
if they specified her name like that, yeah, I mean, you know.
Right, cause she said she specifically said, cause they were reading out all day. Know what I mean? Hey Jojo, you know I be out here in the goddamn YouTube street now. I been listening.
I know you do.
She said
On
from when I was hearing from people from different channels, she said that she lost her virginity at 15. But the government, from my understanding, the government said that the female on the tape was 14. You can't be both. Right or wrong, right?
Oh, you're absolutely right. I mean,
Yeah, I'm telling you now. I know what I hear.
I mean, shit,
My ears ain't gonna lie to me.
right there. I mean, shit, that's reasonable doubt right there in your head. You don't even know how old you were.
You ain't lying. Goddamn, come on now. Come on now. Cause cause from my understanding, from what I was listening to, she said he started groping her at 15. I mean at 14.
Shit.
She said she ain't had sex with him until she was 15.
And you away from him and you still scared to go to the authority. That's just a bunch of bullshit.
That's a damn lie, man.
You was afraid because of what?
That's a damn lie, man.
Afraid now? I mean, god damn, what the fuck is this
And
shit?
you go put money on the man books though. Come on, man.
You had TK going on live saying that shit. Saying such and such is still putting money on his book. That's what TK said. I ain't making this shit up. Y'all heard it too. Stop playing.
Right. And those what she say? What she say? She got the plug.
This is a bunch of shit.
This is right here some bullshit. This man sitting in jail for bullshit, man. If can't nobody see this, man.
Well,
it be the average nigga next, man.
Like my girl Lady D said, y'all can't see this shit. It was already written.
They lying. Damn. She said her daddy got her. This lady said that Rob told her parent they were messing around. Said her daddy got on his knees, not on his knees, start crying. What grown ass man gonna sit there and hear another man tell, I ain't got no kid. You know what I mean? But if I did, ain't nowhere in hell another grown ass man gonna come to me and tell me some shit like that. Oh, I'm sleeping with your daughter. She underage. And I'm gonna break down and cry. Man, the motherfucker about to run for the hills.
That's another thing. That's a good question.
Both of us be in jail.
How long was it alleged that she stayed with him, lived with him?
I ain't catch that part.
I mean, from what somebody said, she had just left up recent, maybe 2019, 2012. I don't freaking know, man.
And then another thing is, from my understanding, she said that her parents and Rob was at a motel somewhere, and they copped up a plan to, you know what I'm saying, to deny the shit. And then she come back around and say he sent her to goddamn to the Bahamas and Cancun.
Right there when you said he came up with a plan. How'd she know that? They went back and told her the plan? See, that's what I mean by dead man can't speak.
Wasn't she there? Well, wasn't she there? Yeah, but dead man can't speak. That's, you know.
Right, but I want to know, is it either or? Was you in the motel? Was you in the motel copping up the plan, or was you in Cancun? And
well, I just give her a benefit of the doubt. Who told you this? Ain't nobody asked you that?
Was she there?
How do you know?
Was she there?
Well, she said her daddy and her father was in the back room. I mean, when you listen to it in context, it seems like it was just them two. Behind the scenes, as y'all said so prominently on these streets, behind the scenes, coming up with a plan. That's bullshit. So how did you know that? Unless you could have, if that's the case, you'd have said, I was there listening to my daddy and the defendant coming up with a scheme. You said my dad and my such and such went behind the scenes and came up with something. You didn't say you was there to hear it. Keywords.
And then my thing is too, JoJo. Dude, motherfucker went on the trip before the trial. Shit. How in the hell you gonna? Come on, man.
And that question you asked, I think somebody had asked. I think that was. When was the last? I mean, when was it reported that she left to stop living with him?
Yeah, that's what we were talking about last night. Or the other night.
And then another thing is her brother. I'm sorry, Miss. I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's the question.
Yeah, because somebody
tear her ass up
said
tomorrow.
She didn't leave. She left a couple years ago. And then then I just read it was 24.
Man, this is bullshit.
I'm so confused. I'm so damn confused. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to tell.
My damn head hurt now.
Why none of these other chicks that was allegedly there
didn't see her there? Which we
what? Oh, she was in the dungeon.
In the dungeon.
Yeah, I forgot.
Shit in buckets and shit. So they say.
Oh Lord.
Damn.
It's right in your fucking face. This ain't nothing but bullshit, man.
And then another thing is her damn brother. Her brother. From my understanding, her brother, the drummer boy. Taking pictures with the man, all that. The man goddamn concert, laughing, hee and ha kikiing like a motherfucker.
But he assaulted your little sister.
Right. Man, I'll be across his goddamn head, man.
Get the fuck out of here.
I don't get damn R. Kelly. Man. Damn, to be the damn president. It gonna be so, how Black CEO said, it gonna be some furniture moving around that motherfucker.
It's bullshit.
That's
Bullshit.
some bullshit, man.
It's bullshit.
Look,
You know.
Jojo, when we were talking about the number of people the other night, we said it was highly. Now all these people had to be around at the same time. Highly, the two that we know, Dominique, RM, and whoever Juice is. I don't know when Juice left. Hey, I don't know how this works. And then are all of them on the tapes?
Oh no, and you trying to figure it out too,
Because
ain't
I know Dominique. Yeah, I don't know where the tapes at. I don't know where the people at. I don't know nobody. Oh
it? Damn.
no, I'm so confused. All I know that I can understand knowing how they work behind the scenes, but not the finished product. That's what I'm wanting to say. I didn't communicate that as well. The finished product that you see on the stands when you see the finished products, knowing how it works
Excuse me, y'all. I'll
behind
be
the
back.
scenes. Okay, knowing how it works all behind the scenes. It ain't just no, I mean, it had to put that thing together because it looks like it was a lot of bullshit going on with all these people. You got parents, you got checks being cashed, you got here again, you got managers, you got all of that going on. And on when the finished product, what we hear, huh?
I said, and it's all done at the
What you
behest
say?
of him. I said, and it's all done at the behest of
Right.
him. That bullshit.
Right. But they're gonna show that. They're gonna show that he got the 3 B's. They're gonna show that. They're gonna show at the behalf at the benefit. They're gonna show it. He gonna get the 3 B's. Now, and how they do that is that they have to sanitize that story. They're gonna have to sanitize their story. With the girls and all of that, they're gonna have to straighten that up because they got to deliver that to the jury. And if you are a prosecution, you are benefiting by having white people on that stand because black people gonna automatically think some in the milk is clean.
Say it with me. They are losers.
They are liars. A nigga will lie on you in a heartbeat.
They're emotional creatures that don't use logic.
Common sense.
They are crabs in a bucket. They are freaking losers. We losers.
And then my thing is, I wonder what the hell Lisa Van Allen gonna say.
Hold on for a minute. The white people gonna say this is the saddest thing they ever heard in their life. This is what they're gonna say. The black people gonna be like, all this and all these moving parts and nobody know nothing. That's gonna be an issue. So I don't know about this. I really don't know.
They can be mad at me, call me everything under the fucking sun. You ain't gonna call me wrong because all you gotta do is look at the evidence. Black folks are losers. Period.
I wonder what Lisa Van Allen gonna say.
Jojo.
Yeah, I stole the watch.
And when I say that, this is what you gotta realize.
Can y'all hear me? I'm sorry, y'all. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
What I mean by that is they gauge this collectively. I'm not talking about the few oddballs that has common sense. You are a minority. I'm talking about collectively. We are a bunch of losers. Period. End of story.
Judge, I ain't no loser now. I'm taking exception.
Hey, I see where you might be all.
Man, it's just fuck that now. You got that. You can't be talking about all this now. You got to
I
say
don't
some.
remember them damn losers. I don't
Damn,
remember
me
them
either,
damn
JoJo.
losers now.
Shit. I with Angel on that one. Me either. Man. I try.
I just kind of distincted. I mean, I said collectively. I'm
Yeah,
not saying all.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah, I get it too.
Losers.
but this is some weird shit. This is some weird shit.
Boy,
And
it's gonna
then
be
how they
on
and
day.
see it's so confusing. It's so confusing because now you're gonna have to clarify. Maybe they think they can just maybe it makes sense as they lay it out that video, however that video is it full tape? I mean, is it like why would you write it up like that? You can easily say, and hold on. I hope they ain't write that shit up there like that to get a separate charge. Because it's not a charge per video, is it? Oh, damn, I
Yeah,
gotta look at
each video, I think each video account, right? Each video account,
I
man.
don't think so. Because if that's the case, then it's gonna be a problem. It can't be that way. Hold on, let me look it up. My goodness, I can't never just not.
But I know
I can never just play loose with the facts and never have to, just let it flow.
Research.
I know they wrote it up while these black folks.
Yeah, I got to make sure I'm right.
I know that.
What you say?
I said I know they wrote. I don't know how they wrote it up as far as the charges wise, but I know they wrote it up while these black folks gonna look at it face value.
Man, I really think them lawyers are gonna have a field day with them all.
No, but see, here's the problem. They keep keeping them three together. They not the prosecution is gotten them stuck together. Because see, that's gonna tell the whole story.
That makes it very easy to tell.
But yeah, then the thing about it, you got 3 lawyers to deal with.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Video 1. Ooh, progress, baby. You coming on through. Progress was right. Count 2 was video 2.
Yeah, each video account.
Video 3.
That's my independent bloodhound.
Count 4 is video 4. Yeah, go ahead on progress. It's your birthday.
That's why J-Bo said count video 4 don't exist. Why is there a count? I'm thinking like why she's saying like I'm thinking in my mind like why is this a charge account and there's no video that exists for count 4.
So in other words, let me ask you this, Angie. If that's the case, they're charging them for each.
He said Judge Angie.
I said let me ask Angie.
Oh, I thought he said Judge Angie.
No. So that's the case.
Damn, that's a good.
They're trying to charge him for each count in the videos, each sexual act.
No, I don't think they count. I don't think they're trying to for each. I think they count him for each video. Each video is a count, a charge for each one.
No, they're charging him for each depiction. So
each depiction.
So I'm trying to put together now. Yeah, so each depiction. They charge him for each depiction. So it could be this could be on one video. This is crazy.
That's what I'm saying.
And you know how sometimes when like in New York when you were seeing like they said from like with Jane Doe #5, they said that one count was from from November of 2015 to December 2015. And the two next count were January 2016 to February 2006. Account. So it's something that puts you in the idea and the mindset of that. So they charging him per depiction. It's depiction. It's not video. It's depiction.
Hey,
And
they got in
video,
the
and
chat.
also video could be, hold on. Let me think about this right
I'm
here.
sorry.
Video could be not video actual tape, but video meaning a clip. So it's making sense to me. So it's a clip, and which denotes a video depiction. Okay, so I'm getting it. I'll have it figured out by next week. This is crazy.
Nah, and you're gonna have that figured out by tomorrow, by the morning. What
up, D. Sam's?
Zoe said they charge him for each scrope. Damn.
Oh
Lord. will I be damn?
Mac Dime, what's the deal?
Yeah, this crazy. Right? This crazy.
Yeah.
Had us all looking crazy out here. We don't know what's going on.
So what's your input on it, Andrew? What you think?
A video. Ain't your enough, huh?
What you think? What's your opinion on it? What you think? What's your opinion on it? What you think?
Progress. I'm trying to tell you, this is one of these times I'm stumped. Chicago, they need to tighten up their paperwork. That's number one. When I saw them that date range and shit like that, like what's going on? And that, you know what, that kind of make me understand why they did have a date range. Because they got depictions. They got little snapshots and shit. They don't have actual like a full
video.
Tape. You ain't got to be a full tape, like 4 separate tapes.
It kind of covers them.
They got video. And let me put it.
They're not even showing the whole video, so it don't have to show the timestamp and all of that shit.
I think Chicago gonna lose bad.
I
think J-Bo and Mitt David lawyer. They about to get them that work.
And when you look at it, it says video. You look at it closely, it says video and not videotape. So yes. So you know what? This indictment, they did write it up right. Yeah, they wrote it right. They wrote it right. They wrote it right. It says video.
J-Bo them about to give them that work.
Yeah, so that eliminates any timestamp, any dates. It's showing you depictions of an act. That's what that is, man. These folks, I keep saying these people are wordsmiths. They know what they be doing.
Yeah, they know what they be doing. See, I'm trying to tell you. Oh, yeah, that's right. You're right. Progress. I will have it figured out. I'll figure it out. But yeah, I'll be all right tomorrow figuring it out. Yeah, that's what it is. It's not physical.
That's my independent bloodhound.
Oh,
I said, OG, Bark.
Yes, indeed. He go get it.
I've been listening though.
And he everywhere. Shit.
I be at work. I turn Miss Angela channel on. I be at work just listen. I listen to everything.
You everywhere.
Because I feel like my perspective, my opinion, what I think this is messed up, man. How they doing that guy, man? They doing that guy dirty, man.
It's the system. It's that system, brother. It's the system.
Dirty. Like, I'm thinking to myself, like, okay, if y'all really felt this way in 2008, y'all could have went and got that woman. Look, the feds know everything. If the feds want to get you, they can get you. No matter where you at, they can get you. Cause if you go out of what
Well, it's like
out of
Shabazz.
state, you got to fly. You can't ride. So
It,
you got that. They can easily look in there and get that and all that.
well, it goes back to kind of like what Shabazz said. It's all about that bread, man. It's that money. I keep saying it, man. It's money, man. It's this money.
They
I ain't gonna say too much else behind that, but I don't even know if me and Shabazz need to have a conversation because it get too heavy. It'll get too heavy in here.
now
So
that guy just
I'm glad you
that,
didn't link.
that guy just said that
Oh,
he just said that damn Rob was paying them folks off. I can't figure that guy out. Like I don't know.
I ain't gonna say.
Well,
I
let
ain't
me
gonna go there.
ask you, JoJo. I want to ask people that hold on. There's people that's still in the chat or whatever. But I'm so tired talking about the statute of limitation, double jeopardy. I'm about to go crazy. Does anybody understand does anybody understand why it isn't double jeopardy? Please let me know.
Yes, ma'am. I caught it. I got it.
I'll let my little rider answer that. Go ahead, man. Make me proud, man.
Yeah, man, I got it because for the simple fact, like, from my understanding is the state is different from the Fed, right? The feds can come back and bring that charge back up. Now, if it was the state bringing the charge back up, it'd be double jeopardy. But the feds came back and brought that charge up, and it's not the same charges. It's different. People might think that it's sound the same or similar,
Right.
but it's different when the feds pick it up. Now, from my understanding,
remember,
if the state would have did it,
you're right. You're very good. What I was going to say is the state is bringing up charges, right? Using the same thing. And for some reason, some people talking about that they think Geronda is going to testify in this case or whatever. I don't know where everybody getting all this stuff from, or she's in this case. I don't know about that. I know she's not unless she's coming in as minor 7, and that's not a charged act. But I don't even know how minor 7 is coming in. So I don't know how they putting Geronda in this. I know she's in the state case, right?
And I was thinking the same thing.
Case, y'all?
Yeah, but I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking that they're gonna bring. I was thinking the same thing. They were gonna bring her in as minor 7. Cause I heard you speaking on about it the other night. Cause you were trying to figure out who it was.
Who is minor 7?
I think it's Geronda Pay.
So
she may not bring her ass in there. They're gonna eat her alive. How you getting the court out? You a minor. How you getting in and watch this shit? Why is Jim Derrick, I think I said his name right. Why is his people taking photos of you beside this guy? Why this guy help you write a book? They
set that shit up, and I'm glad you said that, young lad. They set that shit up a long time ago.
They set that shit up, man. That was a great setup, man.
And it's not so much the setup part is Rob seen the person on him, so he had to know she was there. But they framed him. These people know what the fuck they be doing. They don't have to get you 2-3 years from now. They'll get you later, meaning years down the line.
Wait until you get old and gray and shit. About to fold over. Gonna get your ass. God damn.
I once had an argument with somebody about that particular individual. Say, why the fuck she, out of all these people, all these witnesses, all of these fans, they conveniently got her on the cover of all of these media outlets as a fan. Come on.
And look, OG, and look who took the picture.
Absolutely.
His peoples. They said they were Jim DeGarrett guys' peoples that took the picture.
I don't know, man. You know what? That's why I say black folks are losers.
Yeah, isn't that for the state? Let me look.
Black folks are losers.
But
She probably coming in.
Pull up my let me pull up the state indictment.
She probably coming there pregnant again. That nigga dropping baby like flies, boy. Damn, bitch, she got about 8 of them niggas now.
Babies.
Wait, lie. If that nigga come in that damn courtroom.
Had more babies as that goddamn Kiki White. That girl pregnant again. You like, God damn. Who keep marrying you, girl, with all these? Yes.
I think to myself, I said, if Rob hit that, a baby would have popped out that motherfucker. All them babies she had. If she come to court again pregnant, I'm like, damn. What the hell?
Boy, you crazy. Well, I'm trying to see. I'm pretty sure JP is definitely in the state case again, ain't she?
I think she -7. That's what I think. -7. Yeah, I think she -7.
They're gonna end up losing -7.
Yeah, they gonna destroy her ass, boy.
We can't find her.
She jumping fences and shit. She should have had some jump mans on and advertise them shit. Jump man.
It was just crazy how she came into the foil from the rip.
Right.
A lot of people ain't pay attention to that.
You seen that picture though? How he was looking at her like, "What the fuck is you doing beside me?"
Yeah, all of those fans, and they conveniently get her different days, same person. They was framing it up for today. Keep trying to tell y'all don't understand what y'all looking at.
And right, in my opinion, I feel like all Rob friends are fucking suckers.
Yeah, and ain't nothing being said. That ain't even being magnified. She got into the courthouse underage watching child pornography. Get the fuck out of here. God damn, that's why I say we ain't nothing but a bunch of goddamn sheeps.
The man that let her in should be on the goddamn. He should be locked up.
No, it goes bigger than that.
I think, hey, OG, do you think by the setup, do you think they just let her in?
I don't look at no setup. I don't know nothing about no setup. I look at framework.
Do you think they just let her they probably didn't check her ID and then just let her in just to do this?
Let me tell you something. Given a history of America and how they do things on this scale, abso-freaking-lutely. COINTELPRO. It's all kind of little shit these people do, man, that unbeknownst to what we understand. All we doing is looking at sensationalism, the excitement on this happened, that happened. Oh, they messed it up. But no, why did they mess it up? Nobody asks the right questions. So I get it and I understand it. That's why I don't even spend a lot of time trying to explain it to a lot of people. I present it. You could take it, run with it, throw it out the goddamn window, throw it out the back door, or whatever you want to do. But it's right there. It's right there in your face. That's why they keep doing it to you over and over. And then they make mockery of you stupid Negroes. They say these dumb Negroes don't understand the first time I did it. So what makes us think they're going to catch it this time? Nah. Come on.
Right.
And they're not even making a big deal of that. And this is a key witness in a federal trial that got away from watching child pornography by giving a fake ID to elected officials. Get the fuck out of here, people. Wake up and smell.
Okay, she's in the state.
But guess what they're gonna do though?
But listen, let me
give her immunity.
But let me ask you a question. Hold on, Progress. Let me ask you a question. Because I hear a lot of Kels people always say she got in the courthouse and saw child pornography, whatever. What is the significance of that to y'all? What does that mean to y'all?
Well, given the ordinance rather, she's underage. She's underage and she shouldn't even been permitted to do such a thing. I think everybody in that court, far as what I gather, should be of age to be there to even view it. You're watching child pornography underage.
Right. And then my thing is, she should have been home reading a damn book.
Hold on for a minute, because I need to make this into some type of a practical argument, and a logical one, and a legal one. So if she got in, so just say, she had fake ID, so that's not on really on the courts. I mean, if she got a fake ID, she had fake ID. What I'm saying is, what bearing of it is it to the charges and to the case? She got in to watch the case. She probably went. I don't even know if they checked ID or not. In our courts, we don't check ID.
You asking me that? Because here's the bearing.
Well, yeah. Well, hold on for a minute. Progress, yeah. Because people yell that out as if it's some kind of
it's a huge bearing.
Point. It's like, okay, explain to me.
While you are now looking at how the system works, how it's put together, how you can get away with bullshit. And then again, I don't think it was a mistake. This is my humble opinion. It wasn't a mistake. I think that individual.
Right, what I'm saying is, when I hear people, say she was in there looking at, the child porn, or whatever, as if that has something to do in the bearings with the charges. That don't see, and my issue, what gets me is that I need people to understand that we are at the mercy of the law. We operate under the law. That's not no feelings, not what you think is right and wrong or whatever, and you have to explain.
Can I ask?
Here again, Andrew, you cannot right or wrong with a wrong. If you're going to govern the law accordingly, you got to govern it all the way around the board. It's not so much of her having something to do with his charges. What about that charge? You don't think that should be a charge? Based upon
okay, but it could be a charge or not. But the thing about what I'm saying is that would
based around the significance she played within the future of these proceedings that we're looking at now. See, you can't govern it from one lens. You got to govern it all the way around the board. Because here again, if it wasn't no Geronda case involved in it, if the legal proceedings was protected and taken to account to what they should have done, you wouldn't have her on the stand testifying. See, you can't have it one way and say, what does that have to do with the law of what he did? The act of the fact is she shouldn't even been in there in the first place. So you won't have that charge to deal with. Look at it from that lens, not just the act of what happened. It's a cause and effect.
Right. Can I piggyback?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
My thing is, right, if this lady was able to fool them and get in that trial, how we don't know that she could have fooled him, right? And from my understanding, from what I've been listening to, like her and her friend went to a party they was having. They turned her around because she wasn't old enough. She had to go get her ID from down the street from her granddad's house. Come on, man. If she able to fool the government, How could she not be able to fool him? Which I don't think he did nothing
Right.
with her. But
And
damn.
that's an argument that I have made. But what I'm trying to get people to understand is that you got to understand the difference when you are affecting a current indictment and just creating an indictment for yourself. So if she got in and wasn't supposed to be there, and y'all are stating that should be against the law or whatever, then that simply means that that's an indictment for her. I mean, and I don't want you to think literally an indictment, or that creates a charge for her. That ain't got nothing to do with what he's charged for. Now,
Right.
if she
But you
wasn't
can't have a
there,
charge if you got
I mean,
immunity.
hold on. If it was, there's a long line of people that could say she shouldn't have been there. Her parents shouldn't have allowed her there. The people shouldn't have allowed her in, and all that. And then she definitely shouldn't have been nowhere around him if she was underage in that particular whatever they said. She was there in that capacity. So yeah, we
See,
could go down that line
not
as
my
well.
argument.
Did she get immunity?
Go ahead.
That's not my argument. My argument is if you remove her, you have no her. That's it. Remove her, you have that
Right.
charge that
that's along the line of.
And then my thing is, how can you set trap for her and she in Chicago?
You can do that. You can stay
What, moving from house to house?
Within state lines. Yeah, because sex trafficking. Y'all do know sex trafficking
Miss
is a
Angel,
part of
out
human
of 30
trafficking.
years.
Human trafficking is also harvesting organs as well.
Out of 30 years, man. Come on now. Be for real. Be realistic. Out of 30 years. 30 years, man. You ain't got nothing but 5 people.
But the big thing about that is answering her question based upon how do I tie her into what's going on with him. You just eliminate her. It was not no her. So you have no charges brought upon him about her. If the proper protocol would have been taken. And here again, when people argue about an Azrael, you take her away. You have no Azrael. So you have no case with an Azrael, whatever charges fell under her. You see what I'm talking about? So I don't want to hear people saying, oh, the act still happened. You take the act away and it's not there. I don't know what's so hard about that part of people understanding.
It shouldn't have been there.
Well, yeah, but you're talking about reversing time. Hold on for a minute, Progress. You're talking about reversing time. We're not talking about that because it already has happened. Yeah, it could be shoulda, woulda, coulda, whatever. And you can also hold on, and you can also say that if his actions wasn't whatever it was, then it wouldn't. This crime would occur. So we're not you kind of we're too late for shoulda, woulda, coulda. That's what I'm saying. I'm talking about in the moment.
I'm saying if the law as we speak of is governed properly. That's all I'm going on. I'm not talking about what he did and what he didn't do. But if the law was governed properly and these particular individuals was judged upon how the law is written. I didn't write the law. They wrote it. But they write it to appease them at their own beck and call. We cannot ignore that and look over it. You can't have it work one way and it don't work both ways. That's why those scales of justice are unbalanced. Pay attention, people. So you can speak of the law when it works in your favor. Particularly, that's what they do. Because they wrote them. So they know when they're doing them. And they know when they writing them for their own advantage.
And then my thing is, his punk ass friend know he was goddamn messing with that goddamn girl, man, and then get up there and plead the fifth.
Well, see, that's using the law, using that law to their own advantage. See, I get that and I understand that. But what I'm doing, I'm trying to answer Angie's question, but at the same time, asking her a question within her question. You can't have it work one way.
Right, but if you're reversing time, the act is already happened.
You're reciting something. You're reciting something that already happened. I get that, and I respect that. But you, within your reciting, you didn't look at the whole ramifications that's based upon why you're able to recite what you're saying and ask me that question. Because within that question, that lies a question that lies underneath that you reflect, and I guess presumably don't want to answer that for whatever reason. But that is a question that lies underneath that.
Who don't want to answer what?
Well, I'm asking you that question. Take her away. You take her away and you don't have that. But you say, okay, you take away his act and you don't have that.
Yeah, okay. I don't want to answer.
Can I ask you a question, Ms. Angie?
It's not so much you don't want to answer. You don't. Well, let me rephrase that. It's like you're not spending a lot of time looking at it from those lenses.
Well, I'm a reason why I'm not, because it has already happened. It's like you're talking about reversing time. We can sit up here, and when you do that, you got to do it for all parties. You can't do it just for if she wasn't there. Well, I mean, she could have. Hold on, she could have been there and not been in somebody's bed. Could did that too. So we're talking about coulda, woulda, shoulda, woulda.
Well, what I'm doing
is it's not good to deal with that when you can't really deal with that when you're dealing with the law, because the law is a crime that has happened.
Well, that's interesting.
But she broke in that man's house.
Well, that's interesting because, see, after the fact,
that's a charge.
After the fact of the matter has happened, I heard it being discussed. So all I'm doing is kind of like piggybacking on when it was discussed after the fact of the matter, because I heard it being discussed after what happened, the verdict and everything. So I'm, I think I have the liberty to do such a thing also.
Can I ask you a question, Ms. Angie?
You do. Yes, sir, Progress.
Okay. All right. And it's all right. By you being a lawyer, right? And it's a coincidence, right, that you had one female that come out and say that she had something on her shirt, right? Right? She kept the shirt and all that. Then you got the next one, speaking of JP, come out saying the same thing. How can it both of them be the exact same thing? Oh, she got now. This lady got a shirt with something on it. Now she got a shirt with something on it. Right? Then this lady supposed to have herpes. Then she got herpes. Come on, man. Make it make sense.
But brother had herpes too?
That's what she said.
Now, a lot of that. Now, don't get me wrong. A lot of that type of stuff, whatever, that is some strange shit.
What would you think as a lawyer?
And that's a lot of questions.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Andy.
My bad, y'all.
No, my fault, because you asked the question. Yeah. I interrupted.
No, that is that is a bunch of coincidences. Now, don't get me wrong, and I don't believe in too many coincidences, because you have to start looking like, now wait a minute, because to me, a bunch of coincidences starts to form a pattern. All right, a pattern of something strange is fucking going on. Okay, it does. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. But when I
what you always look for, young fella. Always look for the butt.
The butt coming in. Go ahead, break it down, man.
No. what I was going to tell you, I mean, that I can't explain those type of coincidences and stuff like that. That's just, that's beyond. That has something to do with the damn universe or whatever. What my
That's what she
thing
said.
is, it's like I know, but my thing is that you have people that don't understand just little bit of pieces of the law, and it's not that hard to understand or explain because you have people saying, well, like even but well, she shouldn't have been at the like we're talking about Jane Doe #5. She shouldn't have been at the concert. That was for people that was, over the age of 18. Well, okay, but that only creates an issue for her and the concert promoter and whatever. If you're talking about the but for it, and with the prosecutors, that's causation, use the but for. I get that, and I believe that it should be able to be used by the defense as well. But it doesn't make any sense theoretically and legally because in theory, the crime, is usually perpetrated by the victimizer. Okay, so yeah, so using the but for in reverse it has no legal standing. It sounds good, but it has no legal standing. So if
You
you
right.
have somebody, so you can say, hold on, you could say, you know, uh, you could say, and this is the law. You are a person is expected not to be in any harm, any danger, or any of that. Just going about their normal day, just living their life, just doing the normal things. They shouldn't be in fear of running into any harm. They shouldn't experience any harm, hurt, any type of anything that puts their life in any type of danger that causes them to experience a deficiency in any way. So that's pretty much the frame of the law. So you can't say if you just
Right.
remove them. I mean, if I stand on the sidewalk, I don't expect to get hit by no damn car.
Right.
Well, let me
So
expound
yeah,
on that
if yeah,
when you finish.
yeah,
I
I
want to
trust.
give.
I understand I definitely get what you're saying. Go ahead.
Can I say something right quick, JoJo?
Yeah, because I want to answer your question, but go ahead.
But my thing is, you said like with Jane Doe #5, Ezreal, right? But my thing is like Rob been locked up. He was locked up for a minute. My thing is like we cannot sit here and forget like the posters she put up. Oh, I can't like I said this before. Oh, I can't wait to go to court and and look at the back of my baby bald head. And, oh, that's my baby. I can't forget that. I can't forget uh you riding down Chicago in that man car. I can't forget that I seen y'all on social media, you and George sitting in that man's house playing with his dog and all that. I can't forget all that. I can't forget presidents when you said that Rob told us to call y'all, she didn't want to talk to y'all. I can't forget all that. And then you circle back around, now you're a victim. How's that possible?
That's how it works.
I don't get that.
And let me go back to your first question because that was an interesting question. And my thing is with that, the human mind is been scientifically proved. If you keep putting it out as such, and this has been a study, if you keep saying something to the human mind over and over and over, some kind of where in your subconscious mind, you're going to start believing it. So that's why television is very powerful. Radio programs are very powerful. That's why you learn some of your popular songs the way you learn them because they keep repeating it. They keep repeating it over and over, and it becomes consciously set in your mind and in your subconscious. So Hitler once said this: if you keep repeating a lie to a person over and over, they will eventually, and this is study, y'all can go look it up, don't want to believe me, they will eventually believe it if you're doing it in mass population. That's an answer to your last question. Like, how do people believe something? You just keep repeating it to them from a mass standpoint.
Well, perhaps let me say this, right? With the you got something else, JoJo?
No. Go ahead.
No. So
okay, I got it. Hey.
Let me say this. Even though she was saying all of that, that doesn't mean that allegedly she wasn't victimized.
Oh,
even
Lord.
though whether she, yes, no, listen, you don't have to believe that in all crimes, you don't have to believe that you have been victimized in order
When
to
she
be a
had
victim.
Stockholm syndrome.
That's
we
not
call
how
that thing.
No, I'm not talking about no kind of syndrome or nothing. I'm just talking about strictly by the books. Okay? I listen, and we'll go to this, and I'll use myself because I don't want, seem like I'm supporting or bashing anybody. I'll use myself. So when I was 16, going on 17, and with the guy that was 21, right? That was against the law. Okay. In my head, I didn't think he was doing anything wrong to me. But by the law, he was. So I could have been, there are people, there have been cases where somebody was, before they got married, they were underage and dating, older dude, whatever, and before they got married. But before they got married, even though they were in love and whatever, this and the third, they had to have decided to move and put charges on the adult in the situation. Regardless, they riding around kiki and whatever, saying they all in love. The
Getting new
law,
boobs.
because their parents, that person's parents pushed it and got the state to take up those particular charges. Even though the girl refused to cooperate, refused to testify, didn't ever want to come in and do this, whatever, and they still took it up.
Oh,
just like the girl Ezra, she was already in the indictment while she was up there saying them things. So it's not how what she said, this and whatever, ain't got shit to do with what she said. It's what that law denotes. That's what it is.
That's interesting you say that, because being indicted don't mean you have to cooperate.
What you say? I'm sorry, I can hear you.
I said, just because you're indicted does not mean you have to cooperate. Are you in agreement with that?
Right.
Okay.
Right. Oh yeah. Just because you're an indictment, you don't mean you have to cooperate. Yeah. 100%.
No further questions.
right. But
yeah.
my thing is though, she didn't say that when she got the new boobs. Right.
And
then she gets a new. I mean, come on, man.
We're having these conversations.
If I'm getting slapped with a goddamn what she say, a 9-inch shoe, why in the hell I'm gonna go there and lay down and get some titties? Right.
It's progress. It's all confusing.
I get what you're saying, but
that shit bullshit, Angie. We know it. Everybody know it. That right there. That man is got 30 years for nothing, and going through the court now for nothing. Come on, man. We can look at this stuff and tell it's bull crap.
It ain't got nothing to do with me. Take me out of it.
I know. I ain't saying no. No, and don't cuss me out now. Nope. Hell
I'm not
no.
gonna cuss you
I
out.
don't want to get on your
Wait a minute,
bad. I don't want to get on your bad side.
Wait a minute.
I'm just giving my
What I'm saying
opinion.
is a lot of this stuff, people are conflating and infusing their emotions, their feelings, what they perceive the law to be or should be, how it ain't right, how is wrong, and all of that. And that's fine. We can all, because I have the same issue. But I know
Right.
that ain't got what, that is not gonna do shit to what the
gonna
law
But look,
actually is. That ain't got
but Miss Angie, can I ask you one question?
Yeah.
The prosecutor is not always right.
Right.
We can't. We just can't go off of what they say. Whatever the prosecutor,
I said that.
whatever evidence they got to prove. I'm sorry for cutting you off,
Let me finish
but they.
thought, baby. Let me finish one thought. So I
Yes,
go to the
ma'am.
next one.
Yes,
What I
ma'am.
was saying, just 1 minute. So what I was
Hell
saying is, like, I
no.
heard that
Cuss me out. Hell no.
over there.
I don't think it's that serious, probably.
Well, I heard that.
No, hell no, man. Bullshit. Man, Angela lay into your ass. She lay into your ass about 30 minutes. And then get talking about what you need to talk about. I won't be on that chopping block. How the country folks say, head just a rolling.
Like I heard that old ignorant ass wolf was over there talking about, you got all them, you got the man money, you got this and whatever, this and the third, and that may be the case. They got all the titties, all the pocketbooks, all the everything known to man, but that still doesn't state
$10,000 a month
per the law. Hold on, baby. Per the law, that a crime was committed. Per what they say the prosecutor stated and what they have so far proven in New York. So all of that is just, that's just side shit. Yeah, all of that can go down. Just because they got taken care of or whatever, doesn't mean that allegedly a crime wasn't being committed.
But if you're looking at,
somehow we're gonna have to, for everybody to understand how this works, and for you to understand, yeah, you can still cry foul and it's not fair and this and the third, whatever. That don't have to change.
But socialism,
you got to understand, if you're trying to make your point and it's gonna be valid, and you're trying to take it to Congress, or you're trying to take it to somebody that can make changes, you got to understand where it it's
pertinent at.
How what you're saying does not enter into the law. What you're saying is just merely your feelings. It is your feelings. It's not based on not one legal standard. And that's what you need to have when you are trying to make a difference when it comes to judicial reform. You got to have some legal standards.
Right.
That's what I meant by dealing with it from a socialism standpoint. And when you're doing a study, because see how they come up with these laws, they study humans. They do it. This is how they come up with it. This is how they change it. They go on it as far as behaviorism, and they sit back and they watch. They put things out here on purpose to see how people are going to react. And then they formulate their laws based around it. I don't think a lot of people understand that, but I see it. I see it happening right now. Within this case, I see it happening. And it's based around a law haven't even been introduced to you guys yet. Absolutely. Mark my word.
I mean, laws were built off of human and natural rights.
Exactly.
And in the human and natural rights, you got your psychology in there, you got your sociology in there, and you got your philosophy in there. You know, and those are the main things. So you got to understand that a lot of these issues, and it's just most of it that I hear is just based off personal feelings and how and how largely you see that things are very unfair. Like he was taken advantage of, you know,
Well, you know
where
that's
he spent all
oh,
his money to care of these girls and
Right,
all
but
this,
the
that, and the third.
prosecutors ain't
Go ahead.
always right.
you know what I think it's more based upon. I
You're
think
right.
I think it's more based upon people don't know how to legislate what they're saying in an aspect that it will attack to reform laws. So they base it upon their feelings, but yet they can't articulate it to the point. This has no bearing on none of us up here, but I think when you're dealing with it from an emotional standpoint, they're not putting it together and formulating it together where the point where you can go upon Congress, upon legislation and change it. They're dealing with it on how they identify, so to speak. And that's why they have these people have these things called think tanks, think groups, and everything that an individual says, it is put into consideration, and it goes to one or two individual that writes it down, puts it down what their thoughts are, and they formulate it in such a questionnaire form to the point where they present it to legislation. It be individual thoughts. And that's what I think as a collective
Right.
group we are struggling with.
Yes. Yes. Big time.
Because they have think tanks.
Big time. You said that perfectly. You know,
So
and
go ahead.
what? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. Go ahead. I think I got a little delay, but go ahead.
I was trying to say something. Oh God, go ahead, cause I was trying. I forgot what I was.
Well, yeah, what I
Um.
to expound on what I was saying, I think that's what collectively we as a group of people suffer from. And it's no indictment on no individual because when they get together and they formulate these think tanks and they get together and it's not nothing on social media. They get a group of people and they come up with thoughts and it comes from the mind. Everything comes from the mind. And then you have an individual that's good at writing. They put it down, each individual thought. They formulate it in such an aspect what they're writing is exactly what's going to be presented to a higher anarchy, so to speak, the one that makes decision on legislation. It's not that individual personal feelings are being discounted, but it's just that
Right.
individual is not. You got people that bake cakes. You bake cakes. You fry chicken. You fry chicken. You know what I'm saying? So I can just formulate it and I can give you that analogy in that sense. I don't want you frying my chicken if you're good at baking cakes. So when you got these think groups together, they got people designated in every aspect. It's levels of it. And all of it, the word think is the person thoughts. And a tank is it collectively of each individual. And then here's why they do it so effectively because they have somebody at the top that's personalized and specialized in putting all of those thoughts together and formulated it in a proposal, so to speak. That's how it works. I've been around all of this shit. and seen it. So it kind of gives me hope, some so to speak, the way we see it. But it really it hardens me when we can't put it together to really make a difference where it need to be made a difference at. Meaning we can't get this thing done because they're going to keep doing it over and over, and they understand this. They like, these guys ain't going to do nothing but get together and get 200, 300 of them together and march up and down the street and say this ain't right, but they don't know where to go to really make a difference and let their voices really be heard. Yeah, we see them, but are they being heard? And that's how it works. I'm sorry. That's just how it is.
And let me say this, though. Let me give you like a drastic example of what I'm talking about. Like a man and a woman, they marry, he takes care of her, what have you, but he kills her. That don't mean just because he took care of her while she was living, he should
That's
be.
Too much lifetime.
Yeah, that is lifetime, but I'm just saying. But I'm using something drastic, to illustrate. Exactly.
But go ahead.
What'd you say?
I said I got a delay. I got a delay because you just hearing me. I got a delay, and I'm saying this already. But go ahead.
Oh, and it's like all of that. That is you got to compartmentalize that. That goes into you think somebody's getting treated unfair because they took care of the person, because they did this, whatever. That goes in the category of that is your feelings. That has nothing to do. That is your feelings about the situation, about the person. That's the human side in you. That's the and that's the part in you that tells you when someone is being treated unfair, and so on and so forth. And you could be absolutely right. However, you have to ask yourself, what does that have to do with the crime? And I forgot what was that Scott and I kept going on about, and she kept saying, "But yes, it does." I think we were talking about the I don't know if it was the BOP shit.
No, I was talking about the tape.
Because
she was like,
huh?
Because she was like, oh, the tape got to be authentic. And then you was like, nah, it don't. It don't got to be authentic as long as the witness get up there and say that's her on the tape. I remember I heard y'all say, I don't forget shit, dude.
Yeah, you don't.
You find out they're not even looking at a tape. You see how it works? You see how?
Come on, man. I don't get that though. How the hell you gonna bring some clips in there? You got to bring the real deal in that joint. You got to bring the. I would want the real VCR. I want a VCR in there. If we had to go to the damn pawn shop, find someone, get one of somebody damn house, I want to put the original joint in the joint. No way.
That's another thing. Y'all can get out your minds that it has to be the originals and whatever special for somebody to make identification. Does not have to be the original tape. Think about it, y'all. The original tape. This was allegedly a mass produced tape. How you gonna find the original? Like, come on.
So you just bring something.
Like, where am I? And then especially if the original was stolen or was lost or whatever. Like,
so you just can bring in anything.
Like, where am I?
So all right.
You can in order to prove this is y'all gotta listen to what the charges are to prove that a person under the age of whatever, under the age of not at the age of consent, was having sex with somebody on tape, which now that denotes as child pornography. All you have to do is have somebody give a testimony of it. If you have the tape, that's great. But the testimony would suffice. Now, that may change the elements a little bit. That could change it from which is appropriate. Sexual abuse differs from the child pornography, because to me, with the child pornography charges, I believe, and that's not my department, but I believe that you should have the actual, not the first tape, but you should have a tape of child pornography to be, because that is when you get charged with possession of child pornography. But if you say you were what the enticed, persuaded, induced, and all that type of shit to make visual depictions, then that means that you don't need the tape. If you have it, that's fine. All you need for somebody to say, yeah, and it being the victim witness, I mean, which would be a victim witness, that's good, because that person saying, hey, I made video while I was under the age with this person. That person was over the age, and we made a video. That doesn't mean that that person is in the possession of child pornography. So it's the wording. It's the wording, which are the elements and all of that, with which you must be convicted by. So you have to,
Right.
dig a little deeper.
Right. I understand that, right? So basically, you don't need the original tape. You just need copies of the tape, pictures of the tape. The only thing you need is the witness to say that was her on the tape. But how about that man come back and say it's not him
Yeah,
on
you
the tape?
need. Well, that goes. That be
So
his word
her
against
her word override hers.
Hold on, progress, because some testimony is considered direct evidence, and most cases and testimonies is circumstantial. But if I'm sitting up there saying that's me and the tape, that is now direct evidence. I don't have physical evidence, but I have direct evidence. Go ahead. What you gonna say?
So if the defendant say that's not him on the tape, so her word overtake his.
Yeah, it'll be your word against my word. Your word against my word.
Right, because for the simple fact we do not have the tape. So
Right.
if she get up there and say,
Right.
oh yeah, that's me, boom, okay. If I get up there and say, nah, that's not me on the tape, that's not me. So do her word override mine?
No, that means that the jury, what they're going to do is evaluate, your testimony for truthfulness. That's when the prosecutors and the defense will do their jobs on direct and cross.
Well, you know what, progress. That's something that's very interesting. You bring that up, and here's why I say that, because here's case in point. She said it wasn't her on that tape before. So what gives you the recollection to say it's you now, just because you felt like you was under pressure? So how can you prove now that you're 38 or whatever, however age she is, that that's actually you when you said you was 14? So that's an interesting argument.
Right. But she said, from my understanding, she said that her first sexual contact was 15. You can't be both. I don't get that. You
Well,
can't you can't say on tape on 14.
that's an argument. I don't know if they have that on record, because the
It gotta be.
only way they can argue it is that it's on record.
It got to be, JoJo. I
It
sat
ain't
there and
shit on the street, see, because that's what I'm talking about, street court. And see, I know about street court. A lot of these motherfuckers are dead on sight on street court. But it has to be on record in a court of law. And see,
right,
that's what I mean. These people play a lot of little games with us, man.
right. I understand that, but from what I was listening to, this person was straight reading what the news people was putting out.
The transcripts, that was saying.
It wasn't the transcript. It was like, so like, you got the news people in there.
Right.
And they come out and
a lot of them misquote things too. See, that's what I'm saying. You gotta be very careful with what you say, what some independent reporter comes out here and say, because I pointed out something the other day that a reporter said, and it was just worded different. You see what I'm saying?
Right, you're right. But I'm telling you, man, I heard it like 3-4 times.
And I gather that if it's on record, that's an argument. But if it's not, if it's coming from some independent outsider that misquoted it and typed it in wrong, well, you're looking like an ass up there.
Right.
Straight
from my understanding, from what I heard, that lady said that
argument, because that was his argument from 2008. It wasn't him.
Right. But she said that she didn't have.
Who said it wasn't her? So how in the hell nowadays that you come back and say it is you? So that is an argument. That's a case. That's an argument. That's a defense. I don't
22
know.
years later.
Yeah, I don't know if she's going about it in that manner.
Man, that lady lying like hell, man.
No, I'm saying far as a defense strategy. I don't know if she's using that as a defense strategy. To the point that you got the defendant saying, that's not me.
From my
I'm saying.
From my understanding, from what I've been listening to all day, from different
Go ahead.
channels and everything, that lady said that allegedly she did not have sex with him until she was 15 years old.
Well, she could
allegedly.
Well, listen.
Allegedly. But the government said that the lady on the tape was 14, and it can't be both. And that's what I'm trying to get.
And listen, that's that progress.
True, but probably we have to see that on the transcript tomorrow. What she said.
If I'm right, y'all will see me a cash app.
Let me say this, progress. That could very well be the case.
I'm just saying I got this. I got to see what she said.
Let me say this. She could very well be letting her hang herself. You know what I'm saying? You never know until you hear how the defense is going to attack it. So
they're going to eat her alive.
You have to deal with it on those kind of measures. You got to, like I told people before I even spoke on this stuff, you got to take your emotions out. You got to deal with it from the law, the letter of the law. So she could have very well let her hang herself with that. We never know.
Right.
We never.
That lady said she
to that tape. We never know.
Cause that lady said, from what I've been listening to, that lady said she lost her virginity at 15 years old.
You brought up something very interesting.
Right. Cause you got to think about it. They said that the lady on the tape was 14. But she said on the stand that she did not lose her virginity till she was 15.
Well,
it can't be both.
You can't be both. Well, not only that is what I'm looking at. See, it's the other things you said.
That want her on that motherfucker. I'm telling you, bro.
Well, not just that. It's a whole gamut of things. Like if they're gonna use little pieces and excerpts of the tape, meaning you can't really determine it at that point. Unless you really look at the whole tape. If you're going to just use an excerpt, okay, I can say that's not me. Because if it's part and partial of what they showed in 2008, my defense back then was it wasn't me. So if you don't have a tape to definitively prove that that's the young lady on the tape and it's me, I'm going to stick with that. So it's very interesting that you said that. And not only that,
well, why would you need the whole tape though?
Why wouldn't you not?
Why?
You well, listen, because
hold on. Why? Because okay, first of all, it doesn't when you're dealing with a witness.
I was going to attack that.
When you're dealing with
a witness can lie too.
Go ahead.
The argument is, you said it's you now, and you saw the tape back in 2002. You said it wasn't you. So what makes it so definitive that it is you now? Because you're up here saying it. That's my argument. It's no. Right. It comes down to the prosecution and the defense attorneys.
And then my thing is, from my understanding, this lady said that her mother knew that her and Rob was having a sexual relationship, so they let her go over there to spend more time with him.
Well, in progress, let me say this.
Lock her ass up. If that's the case, yes, she did. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. You got to go back and dig it and look at it now.
Hold on, Progress.
Let me deal with this tape. Let me deal with this tape. Let me deal with this tape a little farther. Wait a minute.
She said it.
Okay. Let me deal with this tape a little farther, because within that same trial, they said it was marks on the individual, distinctive marks. So we're going to have to deal with those same distinctive marks.
Yeah.
First, if it's something new and it's the same shit, wait a minute. What are we looking at here? What are we looking at here? Now, do anybody follow what I'm saying? It's the same marks that we had a problem with before.
Yeah.
A certain type of mold that was on the individual.
So let me explain.
But go ahead.
So let me explain something, right? When it comes to tapes or whatever, and you got the alleged victim. Let me say accuser, because I can't keep saying alleged. I just want to call them accusers, because that covers the whole thing. When you have a tape, you don't need the whole tape, because one, the accuser should know that that's her in that tape, regardless if you're playing a 60-minute tape or a 15. That's
not my argument. That's not my argument.
And two,
that's not my argument.
No, but that's the response.
It wasn't. You stated that it wasn't you. Well, go ahead.
Well, I'm getting to that. No, but we said, why do you need? I asked you, why do you need the whole tape? You said, why do you? Why you don't?
We need that tape.
I'm saying you don't need it.
That Progress said that. I didn't say you
need it. No, yes, you did. You said why you don't need the whole tape.
No. What I'm saying is you're going to need the tape to identify yourself. And
the original.
I'm not saying the whole tape, because you're not. I don't think you're predominantly in the whole tape, because they say there's different depictions in the tape.
Oh, you need this is what you said, because that's what I said. I said.
Well, I probably
said why you don't need the whole tape.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So what I'm saying is you don't need the whole tape, because all you got to do is identify yourself. You can identify yourself in a picture, which ain't nothing but a couple minute flash. If somebody's put it down in front of you on the stand, or if somebody play a little piece of a video or whatever. So you don't need the whole thing to identify that that's your ass. And because you and you know how you look, and two, you know if you did it, you know, and when and all that. That just follows it. The next thing is you say, well, she's up there saying that, you know, she said before she wasn't in it, and now she's saying she's in it. Remember the whole story behind her changing of her story is
Right.
that she was told to say that back then by
Exactly.
the
One of the charges.
defendant.
One of the charges.
Okay, and now hold on, and then now she's coming through because now they have alleged evidence that showed that the case was obstructed in so many ways for the prosecutor, and she played a part in it, and so now she's coming to speak with regards to that obstruction because that obstruction is in that indictment too. Now it would be
Right.
different if that obstruction wasn't also in that indictment as well. Go ahead.
I understand that. But what I'm saying is, we haven't seen the tape. What is the clarity of really showing her face and really pinpointing that is her 20, 30 years later, or whatever, however amount of time it's been. She's what, 38, 37, or whatever, however old she is. How can we really define that's you far as a juror wise? Not saying she's not identifying herself, but a juror saying, yeah, that could be you these days. You got on 30, 40 pounds more. But it doesn't look like you. How clear, what is the clarity of the tape that's being presented? What is the proof on it that it can definitively say it's you? Because after all, if I'm arguing that's not me on the tape, and you have already stated previously that wasn't you, but now you're coming back to say it is you, how can we really determine that 25 years later? Say, wait a minute, you could have put on 30, 40 pounds. What was I supposed to do? Say what you looked like back then? Oh yeah, you was 40 pounds lighter. So that does look like you, but I can't really say it is you. So what does the tape look like? What are we looking at? See, none of us know that.
Ain't no tape, JoJo's clip.
Comes into play.
And then my thing is,
we're not talking about. What I'm saying is that's where all of what I said come into play. We're not talking about one isolated piece. Back then, there's a piece here, a piece there. Now we got a whole big old obstruction and a conspiracy going on. We got her saying that is her now, supposed to be coming clean. Without, of course, she ain't gonna look the same 40 pounds, 20 years ago. And of course, she's gonna be bigger or smaller, whatever the situation is. You got to evaluate the jury has to evaluate the truthfulness of her testimony and the consistency and all of that. So that's where a skilled defense attorney will try to maneuver some, deploy some strategies to try to.
Yeah,
right, but that's what I'm saying. We got a bigger picture.
I got a serious delay.
Can I say something?
Yeah, we have a bigger picture.
My thing is though, right? From my understanding, right, they in a 2008 case, they couldn't the jury couldn't figure out who was on the tape. They say the mole was jumping around, say the mole was on this person back, on that person back. They couldn't tell who was in the tape, so they really didn't need her testimony. To be honest, that what the jury said. The jury said they can't tell who in the tape. They can't tell if it's him, her, nothing. The mole's jumping around on his back. He got a mole here. He got a mole there. He got the mole gone.
And see, that's the argument that I was getting.
No.
So he paid them too?
What I read.
Not saying that they're going to go with him.
He paid the jury too, right?
No, what I've read that the jury said that the large part of the reason why they didn't they acquitted him is because the girl didn't testify. That's what I read the last couple of days.
That's what I
read.
I read something different.
I read something different too. They said they could identify the person on the tape. They could tell if this girl was 14 or 15. And then they said that the mole on his back wasn't the mole. It kept moving around. They couldn't authenticate. They said the tape was doctored, basically. So basically, that's why they didn't go find the girl, get the girl, because they didn't need her. The jury found him not guilty off of that.
Well, you know, it's an array of reasoning I heard, but as I stated, and this is only, I'm not saying she's going to use this defense, but if he said it wasn't him, then it's a strong possibility you should say it now, because
right.
Wait, and this is why I say that,
well,
because
it's not him.
Excuse me? I couldn't hear you.
I think he's going.
I said, man, it take doctor like here, man.
Yeah, I got a delay. Can you hear me?
No, what I'm saying is, I think, yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got let me say this, because I got like a 5-second delay.
And Bo G gonna be like, I know y'all ain't coming up here bringing no tapes on here about Avenatti. He in jail for extortion.
And I think that's the strongest evidence at this point, based upon the testimony of the eyewitness that said they're pinpointing themselves in the case. Far as that tape, that's their strongest. But if I would attack it, and this is just me, I said I wouldn't narrow it in, and now you have this individual that's saying that they are there. We're gonna have to prove this.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So it's going to be a lot of little pieces that's going to, make the story. There are going to be a whole bunch of references, and all together it's going to make this one big old story with regard to support her testimony. So I'm just saying, so it's not going to be like, like a couple isolated pieces of evidence or whatever. It's going to be a lot of this and that to make up what she said. I'm so disrespectful. What's up, Angie? Oh, hey, D-Sim.
Boy, what Avenatti locked up here? What Avenatti locked up here?
Oh, wait a minute. I don't know.
He in the MCC.
Zoe had made a comment.
Well, if I raw tell that motherfucker, that bitch, I'm gonna get you on the yard. I'm gonna get your ass on the yard, nigga. I'm gonna get your ass on the yard. I tell that I'm gonna get you on the yard. They got me going through all this shit. I'm gonna get you on the yard. I already got 30.
But
we get 30 more for whooping your ass.
So now I've got a question about these tapes. Now we got,
man, them tapes fake.
Avenatti had a tape. Hold on. Where Avenatti had a tape. We got, I don't know if them their goddess, if they got a them their goddess tape. Then we got a Lisa Van Allen tape. That's 3 right there. Now, what's going on? I be glad when this shit is over.
And you said they ain't paying no
so
tape,
I can pack my damn bag.
I think it's, within those tape, I think there's different variations of the tape. That's
it's the same tape.
Yeah, but I'm talking about, remember, but these supposed to be, now these supposed to be the physical tapes. Remember them, their guys had a tape. Now, I don't know if they got that in the whatever. I don't know if they have that one. But Avenatti said he turned one over to what Kim Fox or whatever. I don't know what these tapes at.
You know what?
What about the man in they got one out his garage? Whatever he put in the tape.
So he gonna watch football game.
Based upon what the testimony has been, for as them saying,
ain't no damn tape.
I heard Avenatti say this about being descriptive about the gender of the female. So I kind of grasp that they're using that tape based upon just what the evidence is showing. Because that's what he came out and said.
Didn't they say he's taking a stand?
I don't know. I don't know anything about that.
I don't know that about that.
Yeah, I think.
But he took the tape to CNN, right? CNN should be on the stand. I heard that was Avenatti girlfriend he gave the tape to. At CNN. So yeah, they were doing the damn thing. You remember that lady came out and said, "Yeah, I seen it." Yeah, it said Avenatti was knocking her down, boy.
Well, you get all this goddamn. See, you about independent blood.
J-Bo, you hear me? Say goddamn Avenatti was knocking her down.
But on a side note, I know this has nothing to do with it. Y'all see how J-Bo came in that clean with that tailored ass suit on with them red bottoms, them Christian Louis Vuitton on. Yeah, she was killing it.
She tough. Wait till today.
With that lavender.
He talks about fashion just like that.
She had that lavender suit on with them red bottoms. Them red bottoms made it pop because they was red. And then she had, she killed that shit. She did that shit. I like that shit. She killed.
I wonder how
hold on. Do you want to set up?
Because you know what it did? It showed professionalism with pizzazz. That's what it did. That's how
I'm coming in there whoop some ass. Big around, OG. Kevin them pizzazz. Ready to test somebody ass, whip some ass up, boy. J-Bo about to get it in, boy. Dermot David Doyle too.
Do you want to tell Georgia? Do you want to tell the people about your love interest?
Oh Lord.
My love interest. I got a lot of them motherfuckers.
Oh Lord.
Yeah.
I love. I got a lot of them. I love fine scotch. Shit, y'all know I love.
You know what I'm talking about.
No, I don't.
You love Miss Angie.
You talking about D? Miss D, Lady D.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I said something about Lady D.
Yeah.
Lady D be killing it, man.
Yes, honey. He love Lady D. Y'all tell Lady D. Yes.
Lady D be killing
Lady D.
it.
See, y'all thought.
You don't love Miss Angie on JoJo?
Yeah, I love Miss Angie.
Do it like it used to it. That's how we say it in the country.
Progress, I love you too.
Yes, sir, brother. OG.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
He love
Yes,
everybody.
Yeah, me too, man.
I ain't gonna say that.
Me either.
I ain't saying all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Nah,
Hey, for real though, I'm glad I caught y'all guys a little early. It's Friday, man. Won't go in here, won't go to work, slaying them damn bad day.
But man, hey, don't work too hard. Work smart, man. You know how it works.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
I'm hiding from the boss man.
You know the saying, fake it till you make it.
Yeah, I'm hiding for the boss man. It's Friday.
Fake it till you make it. But on that note, man, I appreciate the time. Y'all Andrew let me come up and give my little 2 cents. But you know, I'm gonna stick by what I said. Black folks are losers, and we gotta figure out why we losing. That's it. And I'm out of here like last year.
Come on, man. You gone.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I be damn. I read Miss Angie better wrap it up too, ain't she?
Oh yeah. Yes, I am. So y'all, I fixes to go, y'all.
We say same channel tomorrow. It's gonna be interesting tomorrow. It's going down.
I'm gonna
It's
try.
going down tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow, but today.
Oh yeah, I want to know what happened.
Good night, y'all,
So,
man. Y'all have a good one.
Anyway,
I appreciate it.
all right, Progress. Thank you. Coming on up. No problem. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So y'all, thanks again to the panelists, the host, the hostess, and the guests, and everybody else, honey. Put another one in the book somehow, some way. So make sure y'all love yourself, love one another, do something good for somebody else. Until the next live, I love y'all. And what? Hold on. Peace out, y'all. Peace